coalesce beneath the ground. All done by my own hand. I allow my feelings to become sand. If you're gonna cut me down, better do it quickly now. You can cut me down, but I won't stay for long. I'll grow back again. Oh yeah, my roots are strong.
of the dark? Are you scared? I am you.
Welcome to another exciting week here of Supergirl Gamer Pro. We are in week 6. You guys have lasted this long. We have survived this long. I am your host / play-by-play, Jolly, and I am joined here by Kari. How are you today?
I am so good. I'm actually so stoked for these next games that we have because we had a crazy upstart last week, which
let's talk
neither
about
of
that.
us.
'Cause
Oh,
you were
man.
kind of going on. I know you were recently rewatching the games and whatnot, and you were talking about just, I mean, some crazy upsets that we really sincerely weren't expecting. You know, we always like to go in unbiased, but occasionally even we are taken aback at some of these teams going down as hard as they do. So talk about that a little bit and what you were kind of watching.
Dude, okay, so, all right, Jolly and I was watching the game and I was talking to Jolly about it probably like 5 minutes ago. I like to rewatch like the last games. Jolly and I both talk about them before we come online here. And we were talking about, it was week 5, which was last week. We're on week 6 now. Game 4, our very last game of the day, was Your Nightmares, who are our favored. We're fangirls of Your Nightmares, I would say. Like, we have a great love for them. They've made an incredible upstart in this game.
And our biggest fangirl wasn't there.
Yeah, alpha male jungler. If you're not here this week, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
I know, I'm gonna be so sad.
Straight up quit this job. No, not really. I love this job. But Your Nightmares against the Sailor Scouts, and I love the Sailor Scouts too. We've had so many good games. The Sailor Scouts are the only ones who haven't had a roster change in the entire tournament as well.
Oh wow.
Which is why last week, when the Sailor Scouts absolutely stomped Your Nightmares, who, like, it was just an absolute mad, crazy upset. Like, both of us were, like, speechless at moments, and it's our job to talk, which is the part that I was, like, we just, like, sat there, both of us were just like, oh my god, what is going on? It just felt like a complete shift in, like, the dichotomy of the games and the kind of performance we expect from Your Nightmares. And it's okay, like, you lose. I mean, that's what these tournaments are for. We've talked about how, like, close the margin is and how challenging it's been. But yeah, Your Nightmares got absolutely stomped. 5 deaths to 30 in favor of the Sailor Scouts. The gold disparity was 34k versus 52k. So it wasn't close at all. It was just an incredible upstart. And we were both really shocked, but also kind of proud to watch the Sailor Scouts, who again have had no roster changes at all. They've improved. They've earned it. Like, they've gone through, like, they've had some rough starts. They've had some, like, starts and stops. They got disqualified from one of the rounds last week, or 2 weeks ago, which is why I think they came back with such a fury. They were like, oh man, we lost those points. We got to make it up by absolutely stomping in the very last round and that's where the most points are, at the top of the bracket. So.
And it wasn't like they cheated or anything. I mean, okay.
Against the rules. We should clarify.
They ousted, or they outed themselves by saying after the game was over, they said, hey, we didn't realize it had to be at least 3 female or non-binary, and they ended up having only 2 females on the team because they had a sub that time. So they let us all know, so there was a lot of integrity behind that as well. So it wasn't a bad disqualification, you know. If anything, we were very respectful about that.
Oh, yeah.
So it was great. And they were in the finals the very first week. They've been getting through. We've been able to cast their games every single week as well for the Sailor Scouts too. So we'll have to see exactly how that comes about. I know for the overall point distribution at the moment, before we had a tie, and now we definitely have some solid seeds in place. The top 3 teams right now is Your Nightmare sitting at 225 points. 325 points, sorry. Gamer Snails sitting at 300 points, and Sailor Scouts sitting at 275. So only a 25 point disparity between the 3 of these teams, 50 points from Sailor Scouts to the first place there. And there's a good chance that these guys can take over that first place slot and easily reign supreme, depending on how well they do this week. I think it's a little bit late now for new teams to join in, but still, if you want to upset the top teams, if you want to be one of those players or one of those teams that just kind of throws everything out of whack and unsettles the current roster, the current rosters and standings that we have, you're more than welcome to sign up, as it is new signups every single week. Go to supergirlgamerpro.com to figure out more information on that. But just based on what we're looking at right now, we've got a lot of the same teams, and I mean, we're looking at some really exciting games going on here. Do you think, based on I know we're still in 10-1-6. I do think now, last week we were not allowing Yone in the games, but I do believe, I probably should have checked this beforehand, I do believe that Yone is available. We're going to pull up a bracket really quickly for you guys to take a look at. And there we can see the games that we will be witnessing today.
I'm really excited about this.
Very excited. Yeah, and I feel like, just based on a lot of the games that we've seen too, if things continue the way they have been going, we can kind of see what this bracket might play out into based on the current seeding of things. But we just saw an insane upset last week. So for all we know, we're going to see one of these teams that we've only been able to cast 1 or 2 times, if that, break into the semifinals, the quarterfinals even, or past the quarterfinals into the semifinals or the finals. So it is exciting to know that these upsets are possible. And I just did get information. Yone is still not allowed, folks. So we're not going to be seeing any of Yasuo's brothers. I guess there's only the one. But
Who knows? There could be more.
No samurai siblings here today.
Samurai siblings, I like that. Yeah, no, it's I'm definitely especially interested in the Sailor Scouts and the Fighting Dreamers. Those are two really, really incredible teams that we've had. Fighting Dreamers had a pretty rough week last week, but to see them not go on would be quite a shame, considering the amount of points that Sailor Scouts has. So I'm really interested to see how that one turns out. Specifically, but the rest of these are really good. I mean, obviously, like I said, there was a huge upset with your Nightmares, so who knows if their confidence is shattered against Air Force Gaming. I'm really excited to see like what happens, but yeah, not seeing Yone in this is going to be. I mean, it's disappointing. I've seen some really insane pentakills lately,
and he will be available next week. So once he gets nerfed into the ground, you'll be able to play him if you want, probably. But before that, so you kind of touched a little bit on the mental state potentially for your Nightmares. So what do you think we're going to be looking at? We kind of know that specific game would only affect those two players, but just based on the fact that your Nightmares was taken down by a team that we weren't really necessarily expecting to take them down, what do you think the mentality is going to be going into this next set of games tonight?
Gosh, I don't know. If I were Fighting Dreamers, I'd be a little nervous going against Sailor Scouts because, again, they've proven that they can just come out of nowhere, a couple of scrims, and suddenly take the trophy for all it's worth. So, I mean, as far as mental goes, it's anybody's game right now. I'm sure your Nightmares, I mean, they have steadily declined in performance last week, and that was a really, like, crazy upset. We didn't expect that at all. So I think that your Nightmares will probably be back with a vengeance, much the same way that the Sailor Scouts came back with a vengeance. They're definitely... seems to be a pattern of an ebb and flow emerging. So it seems like whoever the top dog is gets kind of comfortable a little bit and then gets overtaken, and as is the case with Limit Testers, a name of which we didn't get to see them play last week, I don't think. We didn't get to see them play last week at all. So I'm excited to see them back in the fray with Ara Ara as well. I really think we're going to see some vicious, serious, like maybe even some short games, because I think people are here to win, and I think that I think everybody has had such a shattering, confusing, out of nowhere loss that we're probably going to see that. I think everybody's hungry.
And for your Nightmares, I was actually just trying to check to see if the roster is the same. Because we requested some pronouns, which, just because we were kind of talking about that last time, how it is majority female, but there are non-binary players for sure. We know we've got at least one non-binary player on one of the teams, so hopefully we're able to represent them properly here in this next one. But I wanted to see if that roster is back to the more original roster for your Nightmares, if Alpha Male Jungler is back in the jungle, because I do think that was a big point to also touch on within that huge upset that we witnessed, was that potentially, that might have been the main shot caller for the team. You don't really know, and as a jungle, that is definitely a big possibility there. So it is also possible the communication just went downhill. That was kind of something that I pointed out last week, that it just looked like communication was not there, that somebody would almost attempt to begin and engage on somebody, then kind of break away, and then the other teammate had already committed to that fight. And so it was just this disparity between, engage and disengage, things like that, and a lot of vision, and all of that tends to go back to communication. So I'm curious to see if we do have the same roster there for your Nightmares, if Alpha Male Jungler is available for this week, or if she is not. We do know that she is a female.
We're all friends with Alpha Male Jungler now. We're all friends now.
Right. So it'll be it's true. We follow each other on Twitter. So, so I do think that it'll be interesting. We're going to see right now, we're getting the roster just to see, proper pronouns and things like that for that team and what we're going into this week. But that might also change things. So even touching back on that mental, maybe people are feeling too confident going into your Nightmares potentially because the roster is back to the original state that it was in before. So you never really know. It's always difficult when there are subs, when there are new players involved, even when somebody just has to step out for a moment. We might have had somebody encounter a power outage. We might have to have a last minute sub for another team. But as long as there's 3 non-binaries or females, we will be good on that. So we are going to take a quick break. We're going to jump right back into it afterwards with Champion Select, and the first game there of the night is going to be quarterfinals. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
knows where it comes from. Why some have it and some don't. It's the fighting spirit. It consumes fear and weakness. It stands ready to fight whatever shape the battle takes. Because as long as there are battles, there will always be Marines.
You can trade all the games, accessories, consoles, and tech you don't use anymore to get cash or store credit at GameStop. Check out the Trade Center on the GameStop app, visit GameStop.com/trade, or talk to a guest advisor at your local GameStop store to see how much your trades are worth.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this.
Brief. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't gonna compromise, why should you?
You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra, with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
For a long time, we had to prove ourselves. But we always knew what we were capable of. We knew when the time came, we would be ready for anything. Our numbers keep rising. And so do we.
You guys thought we were back. We weren't back. No, I was muted. So we are going to be hopping right in Champ Select for the first game. It's going to be the one game of quarterfinals, 2 of semis, and then the one finals game that we're going to broadcast here. So if I am not mistaken, the first game that we are going to be seeing is Limit Testers against Ara. So a lot of familiar names there. As far as I know, we don't have a ton of roster changes in this one. Limit Testers has been definitely a supreme team that we have seen. RR has had a little bit of a struggle so far. This is week 6, so we've had a lot of engagement with these guys, been able to see. So I actually am really hoping to see RR this time move a little bit farther ahead. And one of the biggest problems, too, I believe has been, if I'm not mistaken, on the names and the brackets here, is Cisco has really struggled in the top lane. Not by any fault of their own, just specifically because they keep getting camped out. They keep getting jungle camped. They keep getting a lot of movement from the mid lane up to the top. So we'll see if they actually get something, a matchup that is favorable for them, because they did really well in an unfavorable matchup last week. So we'll see exactly what pulls through. But even with that, even with doing well in an unfavorable matchup and getting ahead, it was just the camp was so hard in the later game. It was almost impossible for them to come back through.
Yeah, and the 2 weeks ago when Limit Testers was against Game Mercenaries, they had Arthidius because Dang was unavailable. If you remember that. They had Arthidius in the top lane who did really well, all things considered. Was a really great addition to the team as well. But it looks like we do have Dang back on deck here, which is really nice to see. We've got Limit Testers here on the blue side. Dang, Dong, Mew. We've got Luckman, Dopamini, Rio Clue, which looks like a new addition there. Looks like before we had we had Elise as the ADC there, yeah. And then we have Pistachio, the returning reigning Lulu champion of the world.
So, and Elise and Pistachio together were really incredible, so it's going to be interesting to see the sub in here today.
Absolutely.
And then on the red side, we got Ara, Cisco, Help Slifer, Burnt Toasties, Nikki, and Turtle Herd. That's a D, right? That's a D. Turtle Herd. So either Turtle Herd or Turtle Hero. Either way, it's a cool name. I like it.
Yeah, it does look like Turtle Herd right there. I'm trying to find another Ara roster, because I know we had them was it last week that we did? Yeah, we had them last week in week 4. So Ara. Okay, so it looks like there have been a couple of changes here. Nikki used to be in the mid, is now in the ADC. We are missing Humanoid Pumpkin, who was our MVP. Do you remember that in week 5, game 1? Really, even though Ara lost to Fighting Dreamers, did a really, that Ashe though, honestly, the Ashe MVP,
very good job.
We both recognized that Humanoid Pumpkin was carrying the weight of Ara as hard as they possibly could, and being as present as they could on the map, all things considered. But yeah, it looks like Joystick Rampage was also support, so there have been some significant 2 new players and 1 position change as well.
And I do think Nikki, if I'm not mistaken as well, Nikki has played in the mid and the jungle role, actually. So Nikki is a girl of all trades. We do know that she has stepped into several different roles, so I'm sure that we will be impressed here with the ADC, and it's going to be very interesting seeing 3 out of 4 new players in that bottom lane across the board.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see. I mean, it sounds to me like Nikki has an incredibly diverse and deep pool of champions. And honestly, we've always seen a really good performance from Nikki. Even in the face of a stomp like last week's Fighting Dreamers against Ara. They had 8 deaths on Ara's side, but Fighting Dreamers won with 30 kills. They had 8 kills versus Fighting Dreamers 30 kills. Kind of a huge disparity there. Also, I mean, we don't even need to illustrate the goal disparity. It's already pretty obvious in those numbers alone.
Right.
But despite that, Nikki managed to really do the best that they could on that Orianna in that mid lane. So I'm excited to see how that goes going forward. Banning away the Cassiopeia and the Wukong from Limit Testers, probably a good idea. Dang on that Wukong. Actually proved to us multiple times that he had the ability to flank in ways that were really disruptive to their back line. And so I think that's probably a pretty wise ban on their end.
It is, and they're banning out a few less like mid laners and ADCs than we've seen in the past here, because there has been, over the last 6 weeks, a lot more focus in the jungle and the top lane. Last week was slightly different. The first 4 weeks, I would say, it was entirely the top lane and the jungle. Last week was a lot more of mid-roaming and a lot more of the ADCs actually being able to get ahead for the first time in this series and actually really affecting the later game. And a lot of it was the Ashe, those crystalline arrows, really exceptional shots going through. So we can see even now more bans on those tanky champions. A Thresh is going to round out Limit Tester's ban phase, and then Hecarim as well for Ara. So a few jungles, a few tops, and that one support that has worked very, very well in the past. But again, we haven't seen this support necessarily. We haven't seen Turtle Herd on the side of Ara. So unless Limit Testers was able to do a little bit of investigating beforehand, we don't necessarily know what that champion pool looks like.
Yeah, we have no idea, honestly. I think that it's probably a pretty safe bet. If they're going for a lower range ADC for Ryoklu, then that would be like kind of a better pick on that in that regard. So I mean, it just kind of depends. One thing I did notice, that Nunu ban, that Nunu mid has been absolutely disgusting in ranked play this week. Have you noticed that? It has been an absolute nightmare for people.
I don't like it.
I don't like it either.
I don't like Nunu in any other position than jungle, and I only like him in jungle if he's on my team.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we've seen in the past, I mean, we saw Nunu support in the meta, in the high elo meta for a little while there. You know, you've been able to kind of take him anywhere that you want. And I guess it's them now, because it's Nunu and Willump. They have included Willump in the rework name, even though he was always kind of a part of it. But now they're saying, all right, it's not just the control that is in control. It is a team. Nunu's really not doing much. Willump, I think, is doing pretty much everything there, and Nunu's actually, if anything, the support character.
That's, I would say that. That's sort of like, I don't know, like Kindred's the implied double. It's a two-person, technically.
Whoa!
All right, so, whoa! The pick's just here out of nowhere. Incredible.
All right, and I knew the Lulu was going to be a pickup. Just based on that Thresh 1-2, Pistachio, with that fantastic Lulu. They heard us calling them out. So we're going to see the Lulu and the Ashe in the bottom lane, and just like you said as well, the shorter range ADC, not somebody like a Caitlyn. Ashe has to get in a little bit closer, get a few shots off, so she's able to activate her Q there. And then it looks like a Morgana Jinx is going to be the lane opponents here. And again, we haven't seen 3 of these players in this lane or in this game at all, for 2 of them. So it's going to be interesting to see how they navigate this. And then an Echo, who we have seen a couple times and did very, very well. We actually saw the Echo in the jungle position, not in the top lane. Or the mid lane. And then we have an Ahri who I can hopefully assume is going in mid.
Yeah, one could only hope. Nobody likes an Ahri support. That doesn't sound super viable to me, in my opinion. Great way to steal CS in my, you know what I mean? That's not a solid. Lulu mid, man. I actually do remember Lulu mid back in the day. Yeah, totally viable. Super excited to see Pistachio on that. Like I said, classic Lulu, has become somewhat of a Lulu expert, a very reliable. Neither of us really were super fond of that champ just in terms of utility, but I think we've had a little bit of a change of heart. That late game Lulu really has served limit testers well, and I'm excited to see, even though they skipped last week, I'm excited to see what they have in store for us this week. I'm sure that the reason that they skipped last week, I'm sure it was probably a roster issue, so...
Yeah, and I mean, rosters have been kind of all over the place, as you've seen. And I'm sure that some of these have been subs because people haven't been able to play. And I'm also sure that some people have just decided that maybe another player on their team would work a little bit better for them. So looks like those final picks are coming in. That Volibear is going to be in the classic top lane. We've got a Graves jungle, which we have definitely seen Luckman play and do incredibly well on in the past here. And a Blitzcrank, you can ban out one hook, but you can't ban out the grab there. So Turtle Herd is going to be joining the Jinx down in the bottom lane, and we're going to be seeing the mid lane Morgana. So I am a huge fan of flex picks, an absolute massive fan of flex picks. That was a big thing in collegiate, it's a big thing, but last year in particular, there were a lot of opportunities to move champions into different lanes. So we are going to be seeing Help Slifer again on that Echo in the jungle, the Darius in the top there, and the Morgana in the mid, which we have seen a couple Morganas so far, but definitely not in the mid lane just yet.
Yeah, not quite yet. I think that we've got a pretty good, solid comp here as well. Darius has also been kind of a nightmare recently in just all kinds of ranked and casual play. And I think that's a solid pick. Graves, incredibly good jungler. Very, honestly, probably top mechanical jungler at the moment. Other than maybe, we've seen a lot of Hecarim as well in this tournament, but I think Graves has been a really solid pick that hasn't gone too well for other teams. Even though all the potential in the world is there, it seems like Graves has held a little bit of a curse because every team that's picked Graves so far has lost. We haven't seen a solid, full build crit Graves anywhere around here lately. So I'm hoping to see limit testers put some respect on Graves' name with Luckman, and I kind of trust that Luckman will do that. I've had a little bit of a rough time with it in the past, but I haven't really seen a lot of Echo this tournament either, so I'm really excited about that. But the Morgana mid, like you said, huge fan of flex picks, love to see it, and Morgana has the highest single target auto attack, so that'll be really fun to watch versus Ahri as well, to be able to lock her down. The spell shield is going to be absolutely clutch with those charms. So that'll be fun to watch as well. I think both teams have really solid comps on both sides. I haven't seen a Volibear Darius top before. So I'm excited to see how that. It's kind of like a clash of the titans there. And especially with the Volibear rework, those dives, it's not going to really serve them very well with Darius because he's hard to burn down super fast. So we'll see how it goes. I'm super hopeful. I like these bans too. I hate Kennen top. That is something that has absolutely plagued me since I started playing this game. Just that lightning squirrel bull crap that he does. I just can't handle it. I can't do it. Those stuns in top, it hurts my feelings. Yeah, right. It
love
hurts
it.
my feelings.
I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, that Darius does have the upper hand in this matchup with the hemorrhaging. So your assumption, I do believe, is correct. I'm like 80% sure. Top lane was my first lane, but of course the reworks on Volibear make things a little bit different, as he was before primarily a jungle, now definitely primarily. Though I would absolutely run him top lane. He was my first top lane.
Emotion.
So I do like the resurgence, though, in the Volibear, because Volibear was actually absent the last week or two. So it is nice to see that bear come back, because there were miraculous games with him. And I am excited to see Dang as well return, because Dang was absent last week, correct?
Yeah, 2 weeks. So Limit Testers didn't make it into the draft last week in week 4. Week 5. Gosh,
yes, and
we're getting
4,
up here.
That's right. It was Arthidius that stepped in, and the Echo Jungle we saw one other time. It was on Inferno. So, and that was actually last week, and that one went in. It was on Fighting Dreamers, the Echo, and that was a devastating game for the opponents, actually, who were Aura. So it'll be interesting to see now Help Slifer going up against Limit Testers. If it works well against them, maybe they can make it work in their favor.
Yeah, I think so. I think this will be a really interesting match. I think it's going to have to play to top, though, just because of the actual disparity, the challenge that I think that Dang is going to have to face being Volibear. I think that they're going to have to play to top, especially because Dang has kind of been an MVP for a lot of Limit Testers games. So we've just got a really easy run-of-the-mill start here. Everybody's doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing, which you love to see it. I do like a messy start, though. We haven't had a ton of those. Everybody's been, especially in the last few weeks, everybody's been very cautious and very careful about what they're doing right now. So I appreciate that we've got that same good, easy start. Luckman just putting in the work there. I don't think that this is any indicator of what sides they're going to be playing. I think it's just too early to tell. But we do have Help Slifer coming in on Luckman here, trying to snipe that blue buff, which definitely will put Luckman out.
No! The hook missed there from Turtle. And actually he's going to go back in and hop in to Help Slifer stun there. I do believe that was an Ignite that went down from Luckman. Yes, the Ignite went down. It was a bit early, but that means that Help Slifer is most likely going to have to recall or lose to a potential minion here. It is an Echo, though, so you do have the ability to regain a bit of health here. And Dang, as you said, being certainly one of the prominent members here on Limit Testers, it's not a massive favorable matchup in Cisco's favor, but it is certainly favorable. But, the comeback ability, I do think, would actually be in the Volibear's favor, and Cisco's going to get the pull down into the tower, and Dang has to flash out, so already a top lane flash expended. That means that Dang has to be very careful now in this laning phase.
Yep, gotta put up that ward now to make sure that nobody sneaks up behind him. We do have a hook on Pistachio as Lulu. That's the kind of hook you want this early on in the game with that tiny health pool. Solid pull from Turtlehead. I just want to shift back to Luckman there in the jungle for just 1 minute. Knowing that everybody's cooldowns were down, was able to face a 1v3 for a brief moment, knowing that everybody's cooldowns, they couldn't do anything to attack. Thought that was really skillful, very brave. Very good indicator that Luckman knows what he's doing this week. I think that we've got I think that's a solid, hopeful thing. We do have a paused game for the moment. We never really have the reasons for why these games get paused. Yeah, right? I know, we're both watching the game.
Doing research on the side while watching.
Yeah. I actually really love when they cut to us unexpectedly and both of us are right here.
Way up, way up in the screen in the camera. I always curl my legs up too.
Oh,
so
same.
I'm definitely not wearing pajama pants. It's
no.
all business on top.
Yeah, absolutely.
But this already is a cool matchup, and you were talking about Luckman, who I wrote his champion in as Luckman. I'm already off to a great start as well. So Luckman, even though they lost that last game where Luckman did run the Graves, still was absolutely incredible as that Graves and did a really, really solid job on those engages, on those early invades as well. And I think it was just the composition that ended up working in the opponent's favor in that game. So I am excited to see the Graves come back out. It doesn't take, one loss for you to completely disavow a champion, and especially if that is one of Luckman's favorite champs, as we have seen it a couple of times here, both work in favor and work against the favor of limit testers, we'll see exactly how it pans out. But that was a really good sign. Yes, the walking. I mean, they did walk back into the Echo Stun, but they did acknowledge that, hey, there's only 2 champions here now. The ADC is probably coming up and around the bush, but I can at least do a lot of damage and potentially have the Ignite Burn. If they were able to get one more auto attack, I do believe it would have been a first blood over for that Graves. But having the potential to lose your life instantaneously, that first blood gold isn't quite worth it.
No, it's absolutely not worth it. But a solid, I think it's really brave when a champ or when a person who is playing a champ is facing down potentially 2-3 oncoming champs and can just stay cool in the face of it and say, hey, I'm gonna do everything I can down to the last second and then I'm gonna back out. So really impressed with that kind of cool head. Really liked it. And like you said, he did really well in that Graves. I've got actually the week 4 stats here from when they actually were there participating, and they lost against your Nightmares. And I wrote rivalry at the top of my notes against limit testers and your Nightmares. So
nice.
I hope they get to see each other. I would love for that to.
Well, and it was because I think limit testers and your Nightmares were in the finals 2 weeks in a row. It was week 2 and week 3, if I'm not mistaken. So that was definitely the beginning of a rivalry. And then to have that continue with really, really evenly matched games is always exciting to see, because your Nightmares came ahead in those games. And then last week we saw your Nightmares getting taken down way earlier on. Last week your Nightmares went through farther. And the previous week, your Nightmares got taken down by limit testers. And so you've got this dichotomy of both of the teams doing really, really well certain weeks, and then maybe losing to a game because they have to face each other earlier in the the bracket. And so that's a big part of it, as well as the seeding is now in place now that we're a few weeks in. I think last week was the first week that we actually had seeding in place in terms of setting up that bracket. So now we're going to see a lot more of that potentially of these high-ranking teams before we hit the finals, those teams actually going up against each other and one of them getting knocked out. So I don't know if that rivalry is going to continue in the finals, but I do believe it will continue in the games that lead up to that.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how it happens. Was super disappointed not to see limit testers last week, so they have to do well this week if they want to remain competitive. They do have enough points to stay in the game, so I mean, they just have to continue to rake them in. And so if they win this particular game, then they're already competitive. So they've already won enough points to remain in the bracket. So I mean, if they lose, it's not anybody's game. It just depends on how these continuing weeks go. So
they are in the 4th place, and if I'm not mistaken, the top 4 teams go to the finals, are going to be participating in that finals event. That is the beginning of October.
Yeah.
So they have the potential, if they can either do even better and climb up the rankings higher, because they were absent last week, and so they do absolutely have the potential, if they continue to do really well and make it into the semis and the finals, to be able to approach that second, first place, even potentially. So now the heat is really on them as well, because there's also the potential for them to get knocked out of 4th place and not end up going to the finals. So they've kind of got a little bit of a fire burning under them at the moment to say, all right, we're in quarterfinals at least. We've made it this far, but how much farther can we take this?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and again, like we've encouraged other people to sign up just to like switch it up, but I mean, technically speaking, this week and next week, you could still technically end up in 4th. You could still go to the finals.
Oh yeah.
If you kick ass and take names, you can also deprive other teams of points and knock them further down the scale. So I mean, I think that if you have a team and you're potentially interested, these teams sign up incredibly fast, within 30 seconds of the opening. So I mean, you got to be on your game. But I do encourage anybody who wants to start an upset to really consider signing up for these, because right now, I mean, things are close enough that you really can manage to get yourself, you can take away points from other teams. I mean, there's a whole potential here for something very serious to happen. But I am really glad to see Dang back. However, Arthidius was such an incredible an incredible asset going, what was it, like got a quadra kill with Mordekaiser. I forgot about that on Arthidius. So, I mean, kind of an upset. They still lost that game, but I mean, to have a player that exceptional as a sub is really, that's a treat.
Oh no, they did. They did lose that one, but week 4 we had Arthidius as well on the Shen in the first game.
Oh, that Shen.
And Luckman was on the Graves, and I did actually mark Luckman as the MVP that time. So that's maybe where that reinforcement for me of being like, well, they might have lost, but hey,
but they got
Luckman still did an incredible job on the Graves.
Yeah,
it ended up working out really well. Yes, Arthidius I mean, we were actually at the point of like, is this a name change for Dang? Is this Dang in disguise? We actually considered that and brought that up on the broadcast in week 4 because they just melded and merged so well with the team together that had already established themselves as a really, really solid team and as a team that was consistently making it into the finals. So to see somebody jump in because Dang had to be absent for that one and just mesh so perfectly with the rest of the team was really exciting to see. And we also know then, if something does occur where, I'm not sure if Arthidius has as much flexibility as some of these other players that we've seen move kind of around the map and change positioning and laning. But if there is another instance where they miss a player, they have a phenomenal player on backup on the sub roster that they can bring in if something happens. Like I said, we have one player who may have lost power and might not be able to participate in this, and somebody has to bring in a sub. And if you haven't really played much with that sub, it is very concerning to have to bring them into an already established team and an already established, in 4 or 5 weeks of a tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, I remember, so we kind of started memeing, like, is Arthidius Dang? It's a conspiracy.
Yes.
But then I saw Dang actually pop into the Twitch chat and is like, I am flattered, but that is not me. I'm sick.
Right. That's good. I did not realize that.
Yeah, I was so excited to continue our baseless conspiracy theory, but that was that's pretty nice for somebody to be like, hey, I appreciate the flattery, but that is actually not me. So good job, Arthidius. Incredible sub. Honestly, seems to have done their research as well on the other teams. Perfectly meshes into them. I'd be interested to see if any of their other teammates tragically don't make it, to see if they can play other lanes, because it seems players that good and that map aware, especially in top, generally can meld into any role fairly well and still kill it. So it looks like we've got some stats on Luckman here, because that's how it goes sometimes.
I love it.
No,
we get fed information all the time from Prod, and occasionally when we're really focusing on a specific player, they'll be like, hey, here's a little bit more to work with, or here's something that you can look up. So I think D4, Diamond 4 is that player, and Luckman certainly plays as a Diamond or higher player in this tournament that we've seen for the most part when we get to these quarterfinals. We see a lot of Platinum Diamond as the average for the rankings here. We are back in the game, though. Very exciting to return to this, guys. So less than 4 minutes in now, and hopefully this isn't an issue that has to do with anyone's latency or has to do with someone's internet acting up, because that is always devastating when a team has to kind of drop out of the tournament due to those latency issues.
Yeah, that always sucks. I hate seeing that. I actually was casting a tournament last year in college, and they had a fire. And
oh my god.
I know, and Prod jokingly, they were like, they did a replay of the fire because somebody had tweeted out pictures of it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, we've got a kill happening here with Cisco.
Cisco,
There it
is.
That first blood.
Classic Ara. Unfortunately, Cisco always is the one that is focused down. And Cisco, he is the captain of the team. And as we said, we were given some of these pronouns. So if we confidently use a pronoun, it's because we know what it is. Otherwise, we'll continue using they, as we do have some subs and things like that, and some changes here. But I know that was a little point that was brought up last week of just, hey, respecting the potential non-binary. There's a great stun there from Dang, because Cisco is behind him. Help Slifer is going to continue this fight, though. Dang is going to take down Help Slifer and continue on while attacking Cisco. That hemorrhaging is going to deal a lot of damage, though, and Cisco Dang overcommits to that one as Cisco burns the ghost, gets the takedown.
Revenge is sweet, isn't it? It seems like there's a lot of action already happening here. Dopa Mini is absolutely trolling the ever-loving crap out of our new friend. What is it, Burnt Toasties?
Yeah, Burnt Toasties is definitely in a rough lane right now. Definitely a rough matchup for them. And that flex pick apparently didn't quite work as well as they were hoping and didn't throw off the enemy team as much as they threw me off.
Yeah. Definitely trying to save that spell shield for a rainy day, but it doesn't matter because Ahri's damage threshold is just so huge, especially with the ability to recover with that extra orb passive to get extra health based on the targets that they hit. I mean, it's kind of rough, actually, laning against an Ahri who knows what they're doing, knows how to stack that, knows how to hit it, and keep themselves really well filled. Burnt Toasties is definitely... they're going to have a run for their money, but we also know that Dopamini is insanely dangerous, especially on a Lux. So, I mean, maybe Burnt Toasties should be thankful that they picked Ahri and not Lux this round, because we've seen some disgusting gameplay from Dopamini on that Lux.
Oh yeah, and Ahri is definitely, at least again in my experience when it comes to these counters, I've casted long enough to kind of know a lot of these matchups. Oh, there was a good pull there though, Turtle Herd definitely making his name known in this one. Pistachio's gonna have to throw picks onto herself there in the bottom lane. But the Morgana, it's very difficult. You have to, I mean, you can play aggressive or passive as the Ahri, and it will really work either way. Ahri is going to out CS the Morgana early on, and then, I mean, you've got a lot of kills in the potential and a lot of early damage there as well coming from the Ahri. Morgana needs to just get a little bit of sustainability, a little bit of time in lane to get that far. Ahri really just doesn't give her the opportunity to get there.
Yeah, absolutely. Is not giving her the time of day at all. I mean, the difference in farm is honestly not bad. I think that's the sign of a good player, is to be able to, even if you are outclassed and outmatched, as far as like raw base stats go, being able to just be patient, not feed, give up a little bit of farm when you have to, take some hits when you have to. And I think that's kind of why we saw Burnt Toasties down a little bit lower, is they were still trying to maintain a decent farm ratio. I know, that is so exciting. The way that Volibear, it's so dynamic. The in and out there is really fun to watch, especially because, like, if you stay too long with Darius, you're gonna die to that bleed. So we do have
Emerging definitely hurts, and Jane is going to flash in for the kill onto Cisco. Help Slifer is going to be the next target. So much damage coming out of Dang right now. It does not matter, again, if some of these teams are in a losing matchup. If they play aggressively enough, that's really a big key when it comes to playing in a losing matchup. If you are aggressive enough, if you have the ability with that champion to be aggressive enough early on, and Volibear certainly has the damage and the opportunity for that experience, that you can out-pressure them, and you can also throw off their mental game. And it seems like Cisco has kind of been thrown off a little bit in that mentality. A 3-1-0 Volibear is now going to be difficult going up into, and having a very, very slight CS advantage. That is one of the things that this Darius can look forward to, is that it is very easy to clear up those lanes. They both have very good creep score abilities in this. So it'll be interesting to see if any of this support comes through from Help Slifer to continue on in the top lane, as we saw the emergence of him in early in the game, very early. It kind of worked in his favor. He got that first kill early on, but didn't really help after that. And no, I hate to see that. I hate to see us in the middle of a game.
Me too.
I don't mean I hate to see us, but I hate to see us while I'm watching the game, because that means that somebody is having an issue. And I don't know if we have any limits on the pauses or anything like that. Generally, tournaments do tend to have a cumulative limit, or well, if it is continuous, then it is cumulative. If it's not, then it's just the occasional limit on that. So I'm not sure if we do, or what the issue is exactly. I'm really hoping that it's not like a latency issue or something like that, where this team might not be able to finish out the game, because this is already a really exciting matchup.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I hate to see I hate to see these sort of like technical issues coming in. We're definitely having some right now, which is completely fine. I mean, trying to pivot for COVID and not being in a studio situation where we can control pretty much every facet of production has been really, really difficult, but we've done an incredible job of adapting. Production is incredibly scrappy.
We being production, I mean, we don't do anything.
We don't do anything.
We just talk.
We literally just talk at people.
Yeah, it is the production side of it that you guys don't get to see or hear.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we have a 20-minute pause potential, but I think with technical issues that may actually grow. But we'll take a look at those particular rules after, I think, this game here. This is awesome. We're back and going. And we have had some, we're back and going up here. Luckman coming down to bot for a gank. Turtlehead does manage to pull Luckman in, and
Luckman is going to continue to re-engage on this one. The wild growth coming through. A flash in, and Nikki on the backside trying to do everything possible here. The heal has already been burned. Dopamini following this one up with a lot of damage, and that was a really good aggro swap from Ara in remaining alive for all of their members, not actually going down. A great little binding over the wall there is going to hit Dopamini on that Ahri. So much pressure now here in this mid lane. Is there anything that Ara can do about that? We can see a little bit of there was a move down from the Darius, who is now returning up to that lane because another plate is going to go down. That's a lot of gold available here for the Limit Testers and for Dang. And we still have 4 more minutes left of the plates to be up, and Cisco now does not have the opportunity to escape from this one. The ultimate used at the last moment just to pick up the kill, and that is going to be a 4-1-0 Volibear now going into this Darius, who may have pushed his luck on the lane winnability.
Listen, we do have our favorite champs. We're only human, but Volibear, far and away, both has a lot of favor from us. And if fed Volibear, we are not exaggerating when we say that is actually going to be a huge problem for Ara if they don't get on a handle on it soon. That the fed Volibear, not great, really bad, has been on Dang before. We have seen an incredible performance from Dang on this Volibear. Has not had a chance to shine very much. Because either they haven't been present for the games or they have been getting farmed. And it does seem that a lot of these players are starting to get to know each other. They're doing a lot of research and they're starting to learn which lanes they do need to farm to make sure that they shut them down early on in the game. And Dang has been one of those. One of the most early emerging players to get camped, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Set up a tent here in top because Dang is absolutely one of the priorities. And unfortunately, that has not been they haven't been able to shut him down. And they have tried. They absolutely have made some attempts.
Oh, what a flash from Ryoklu over the traps there to escape that. Certainly would have been a dead Ashe if that had waited even half a second more. So much damage already coming out from Turtle Herd here, who is doing a really good job in their first appearance in Ara's team. Ara is at least finding the little victories. While they are not doing well in the top lane, down in the bottom, it is certainly in their favor as they have been able to poke down this team so much. Luckily for Limit Testers, though, Pistachio is just such a good support. Ryoklu has been able to maintain CS, and there is almost no disparity between them.
Yeah, it's I love to see that kind of performance, that kind of cool head, despite the continued ganks, despite the continued chaos that's happening there. Ara's ADC, Nikki, incredible performance in pretty much every game that we've seen from them, and really keeps a very, very cool head as much as possible, considering the overwhelming circumstances, considering the roster changes. Very impressed with their performance, and I'm kind of excited to see the action that's happening here. But I just want to touch very quickly on a question for you, Jolly. Do you remember a Teemo jungle from One Help Slifer?
I remember a couple Teemo jungles, actually. That Crystalline Arrow is going to get the hit on one and then immediately followed up by the Charm. Luckman on the backside is going to take down Help Slifer. Turtle Herd is going to help out on this back line, though, but the Wild Growth hit on Luckman means he is not going to take as much damage as he possibly could here. Nikki was able to pick up that kill on the backside onto the lane opponent of Ryoklu, but there's not much now that they can do in a 2v1 with a half-health Turtle Herd and no more exhaust or heal for Ara. That's going to be another free dragon here for the Limit Testers, and this time it is Infernal.
Yeah, I like to see that being picked up. It is the most useful on Nikki. That kill absolutely should have gone to their ADC. It'll look really good on them as a champion. As the kill and gold disparity grows between these two, there's really we're not at the point of no return. Absolutely not. And Nikki picking up that kill is a great credit to Ara. I think that is if you had to make a trade, it wasn't ideal, but if you had to do it, at least your ADC was the one who picked up that kill, because, I mean, it's not going to look good on Cisco at 1-4-0, who wasn't even present at that fight, I should
just got taken down up in the top, actually, and lost the first tower of the game. While plates are still up, 14 minutes is the time that those drop. So all plates on that first tower, all 5 plates, that is a good chunk of gold going over to Limit Testers there. And at this point, you're hoping that Dang will abandon the lane because they have taken down that first tower, but you've got to be so careful if you are Cisco right now. And I probably would have advised either swapping lanes earlier on or doing something to benefit that lane, because the 1v1 is 100% going in Dang's favor.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's hard. It's nice to be able to be free of the torment of your turret, though. I mean, that does give you the opportunity, instead of always having to pay attention to that lane, to roam, but it also allows the other player to roam as well. And with a beefy Dang at 5-1-0, that's not a great not a great situation. So I mean, I can understand why Cisco is not able to mitigate that, not able to follow his lane partner. I like to think that the lane phase effectively ends when the first tower goes down. Not always the strat for a lot of teams, but I mean, it has ended. I mean, we've got 3 players in mid now. The rules of the lane phase are starting to slowly crumble away now, but we do have Cisco putting pressure on top, trying to take down that other tower to even the odds so that they can actually continue to pressure the map in the same way that Dang does. And this is all about impact, honestly. We do see that ult come out from Nikki, just trying to clear out those minions, trying to make sure that they can't continue to hit that tower, but unfortunately, not ideal, not as powerful as one would hope. But we do have Nikki here clearing out their mid so that they can't continue to push. We've seen precious little Shelly action this game as well. I'm surprised by that, but not too surprised, honestly. But we do have that Rift Herald in mid up now. Not quite putting in the work that one would hope. But we do have Dang actually take out, help Slifer there as kind of a consolation prize during the chaos of that Shelly. That was a little strange, actually, to see help Slifer out of position so far. But that does happen. It does happen, and we do have a little bit of an ARAM happening here as well, with Cisco managing to grab Dopamini, but Dopamini flashing out of that and away.
I wanted to let you finish. You know, the Help Slifer was down there and had basically, I mean, pinched herself between the Lulu and the 3 members that had moved up towards and pushed that mid lane. And so she managed to go into the bush, jump over the side of it, and then instantly get charmed by the Ahri, who was like, oh, hey, there's an echo here. And immediately after that, Dang was able to get the jump on. So very, very quick in terms of the re-engage on that one, and a bit of mispositioning probably from Help Slifer, just in that there was really no response to the 3-man push and 2 towers taken down in the mid lane. There was the Darius, yes, on the top side, who was able to get the 1 tower, but that is, I mean, nothing compared to what was just taken by limit testers from the mid lane.
Yeah, it's such a serious push. It's the same thing that your Nightmares utilizes. When there is any, kills going down on the map, anything like that, they make sure that they take those objectives as quickly as possible and make a huge impact. And I mean, unfortunately, Ara maybe a little bit rusty here, it seems, especially with these crazy different roster changes. It's a huge difference, and I think roster is starting to mean more and more, and roster consistency is also starting to mean more and more, and I think that's why Ara is having a bit of a struggle. There doesn't seem to be the same level of communication. They were doing an incredible job of rotating earlier in the game. You did see that despite the difficulties that Burnt Toasties was rotating down bot during critical moments of the game, but there still doesn't seem to be the same consistency and communication happening with Ara as there is with limit testers. But we do see changes in different phases of the game, different teams do their thing, but we do see Dopamini here on Turtle Herd trying their damnedest just to whittle that one down and get a pick, but it's not going to be successful. A little bit of a struggle here on the Ara side, even under tower, even when it's 2v4, they're still having some difficulty.
Those super mega death rockets, though, have been so on point here from Nikki on this Jinx. So again, Nikki has been played so far in 3 different roles: jungle, mid, and now ADC, and she has done an incredible job in every single role. I mean, I can't lie. This might be one of the best performances that we've seen from her, just because she's been safe when she needs to be, she's been aggressive when it is required of her, and these super mega death rockets, she's not holding back, she's utilizing them whenever the cooldown is up, and she's really taking advantage of these things. Now, in the meantime, Help Slifer has been caught out one more time, has to use the ultimate there, but so much damage coming out of Dang and Luckman there. Ara, in the meantime, has found themselves a dragon, so they are going to be able to pick that one up, and then an instant jump in there gives them a free kill onto Dopamini. Turtle Herd, though, is going to pick that one up.
Oh, man. It's a rough game for Ara. It's rough to watch. It's difficult, especially, we just said it. We feel it in our bones. Dang with the Fed Volibear. That's a classic play. We love to see it. That was one of the most exciting first week picks that we saw. We got really stoked on it. And Dang has proved that they are just the same person as Arthidius. Maybe the same person. potentially the same player. No, I'm just kidding. That's not true. Arthidius, we miss you. But Dang, still holding up their end of the bargain, is the captain of this team as well. So kind of the heart and soul of it, and is keeping up their end of the bargain by getting that 7-1-1 Volibear with a 650 gold.
And just unkillable now at this point. He is going to jump in and throw the ultimate onto 3 of them in the backline, instantly melting that Echo. The Wild Growth also popping up from Pistachio, who's going to pick up a kill there. Another turret destroyed in favor of Limit Testers on the backline. Now Pistachio has to flash away and gets flashed by Cisco onto. There goes the polymorph though, and enough healing and shielding from Pistachio means the rest of Limit Testers can come back and put on Cisco, who we know cannot do much against Dang at the moment. So Cisco is going to end up going down to Luckman. Great aggro pull and survivability there from Pistachio, using all of her summoner spells to survive that engage.
That's Pistachio Booty McCootie, one of our favorites here. That was an incredible kiting, incredible polymorph, but also sidestepping Nikki's rocket there as like a last sort of finesse. Very stylish, very cool. Pistachio, you are a fan favorite here on that Lulu. We love to see those Yordles scampering around the rift, causing people a lot of frustration. I can't imagine how Cisco feels right now, trying to chase down that little sweet baby, hoping to get that kill. It's within his grasp, and then she polymorphs him, Cisco. Kind of hilarious. Help Slifer here doesn't know what kind of danger he's in right now.
Just constantly so far ahead, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're at this point in the game, you know, when you're sitting at 0-6-1 and your top laner, Darius, who is supposed to be a heavy carry at this point in the game, is 1-5-1 and not able to stand whatsoever up against Dang's Volibear at this point, you gotta play safe. You have to play with at least 1 to 2 other players with you, and if that means giving up your jungle, as unfortunate as it is, it needs to happen. And Help Slifer keeps trying to go in for these, you know, quick pickups in the jungle for what seems like maybe a good engage or an engage that might go well, but you always have to expect that Volibear to jump on the back line like he just did. Dopamini picking up the first one. Now the rest of RR is in their sights. Luckman is actually going to be the one that's engaged on here. Cisco gets taken down by him though. Help Slifer now the next target, the ultimate use, but not enough health to survive a double kill. Going over to Dang, and the last remaining member here is going to be Bertosi's. Burns the flash, but unfortunately for them, Dang still finds the kill. A clean ace for the Limit Testers. And up in the top lane, Ryoklu is like, you guys don't even need me. You got this. Luckman and Dang on the front line. I'm just going to push top so that we have, you know, more access to the base.
We love a humble ADC that knows their place after everything's been cleaned up by their top lane. Dang, going in, disabling that tower, and managing to take out Nikki just by sheer coincidence, honestly, of the death timers here, and manages to back out. You've got Luckman cleaning up Help Slifer. She's having the hardest game of this entire tournament.
There, one goes down though. Hey, another kill going over to Turtle her as Luckman just went a little too far in there.
A little bit.
Dang is now going to be called legendary as that Blitzcrank is immediately eliminated as soon as he emerges and takes a kill. Now Bertosi's the only member left alive, and we've got a good stagger for RR's respawn timers, which is really going to hurt them here. The Limit Testers now just have the ability to, it looks like they're going to, you know, work on clearing up a little bit of this. I don't know if it's absolutely necessary. I sincerely think that they can just end the game here at this point. They have over a 10k, you know, they've got close to over a 13k disparity now at this point in their favor at 23 minutes in the game, as well as the Infernal. So they've got a lot of potential to close it out, but they're going to play a little bit safer, refill on mana, probably head over towards that Baron, potentially, you know, giving RR another dragon if they are willing to take it, but it's still risky.
Yeah, definitely super risky. But, you know, it's rough to see RR in this position. I keep saying it over and over. I expected a little bit more of a, you know, it's funny because I think Help Slifer, I think she's a great jungler, and I think she has the potential to be a great jungler. And I think that we've just had 2 very, very rough games for her lately, and so I hate to see this happening, especially to a player that I've kept my eye on. With that Teemo jungle, we thought it was funny, but we know it's competent and we know it's reliable. But just super rough with the 0-8 and 3. I know Help Slifer can do better, and I hope that next week, if this doesn't immediately turn around in some crazy turn of events.
Okay, so this is exactly what I was thinking. Help Slifer is actually going to go on the engage in this. Why would you do that, though? Dang has found them out. The ultimate is going to work out in their favor, but the ultimate response from Dang is going to take down so many members. Pistachio picking up Help Slifer. Bertosi's taking down Pistachio there. Now Nikki is Baron's going to the next target as Luckman finds a double kill. The teleport coming through from the Volibear onto the top side, because why not? Bert Toasties has to go on the run there. That was such a heavy engage, and it had some good potential, but we know how much damage is being dealt here by all of the members of Limit Testers, particularly the top 3 in those lanes. The shutdown onto the Volibear, though! Now you have to wait and look at a gray screen for 45 seconds. Take that thing.
Damn, Bert Toasties, the newest member of Ara, truly showing that they know how to do a 1v1 duel against a giant bear who has 13 kills. Well done. Very cool head. Cool heads prevail. A great addition to Ara. If I had to tell you one thing, keep that player on your team. Somebody who can keep a cool head. They haven't fed at all. They have a perfectly good score considering the circumstances. Bert Toasties, we love you. We're glad to have you.
And has been the last, always the last one to survive. Relatively generally, when they see an engage that's a little too aggressive, also one of the first to kind of disengage from that, recognizing, hey, I may be the only one here to do this. And now going back to when Limit Testers decided to take the Dragon instead of Baron, the assumption there, oh no, as the charm goes on here, the Crystalline Arrows found out, the assumption is that Limit Testers at that point, if they didn't decide to finish the game when I said that they could earlier on, you would assume they would go back and then head straight to Baron. And that gives RR potentially the opportunity to go down to that Dragon. Now instead, as they were on their way, Limit Testers was like, yeah, we can take Baron, but we can also take the Dragon and then kill them because we don't even need Baron at this point. So taking that away from them and now pushing them out and farther into a scary position, Luckman and Pistachio are on their ways here to try to take out Nikki, who does have a lot of speed, but when you have a Pistachio with a W that can speed somebody up, that will definitely not work out well. So much damage coming from Luckman, my goodness. I mean, that is to be expected with an 11-1 and 11 with 235 CS currently. But man, and that is a lot of CS as well at this point in the game for how aggressive Luckman has been.
Yeah, I feel like they've been a presence on the map the entire time. At what point were they even in the jungle? I don't understand how they have 237. Listen, we might need to pause. I feel like somebody's cheating. I'm just kidding. Limit Testers, incredible performance from Luckman. Very consistent player. The Crystalline Arrow comes out, manages to find contact with Help Slifer, who is having the hardest game of their entire lives.
And now Cisco's going to be the target here. The root onto Dang, but he can take so much damage as he also has the wild growth there. He's going to flash in on this engage and actually takes base damage. Ends up going down in that fight. Will it be enough, though, for RR to make this game last as Limit Testers are now on the Nexus? They are low in health, but RR doesn't have the opportunity to engage on this fight. And it is going to go over just over 27 minutes to Limit Testers. RR, we're sad to see you knocked out again early on. There was a lot of good fight there, but, maybe just a little bit too much aggression early on. And later on.
and on and on, to be honest. Like, I think that if I had to say my advice to RR is just to slow down, don't try to match the aggression of the other teams. Just try to self-preservation, maybe find a late game team and find your way in a consistent, you know what I mean? Because it seems like RR has a pretty strong idea of the different phases of the game, but suffers from trying to get revenge and emotionally retaliate against other teams in ways that aren't necessarily conducive to their scores.
And I think a big part of this, because I really not so much, I actually kind of take back a little bit of what I said. There wasn't so much early aggression that was out of place early on. It was really the later aggression. And I think the big problem is there were really, really good engages, phenomenal engages coming from Help Slifer on the Echo. We saw at the Dragon Pit an incredible ultimate into all of them, but it's recognizing how much damage you can deal and how much you will take with the current items, with the gold disparity that you have because of that, and any potential buffs that are on some of these guys. So as incredible as some of these engages were, maybe just kind of taking a moment and saying, all right, we know that this is a 7-2 and 6 Volibear or something like that, a 7-1 whatever, and we know that Darius in a 1v1 gets taken down while dealing almost no damage to Dang. So at what point is the aggressive move a good step to take? Or at what point is allowing them to just kind of take control and try to find those picks when they get a little bit sloppy and a little overconfident? When is that the time to pull out that strategy? And so if they use that strategy in the future, in a situation like this, if they do fall behind, because the early game was very good and the bottom lane definitely did go in their favor for RR. I mean, we saw Nikki and Turtleherd doing a really good job as the Jinx and the Blitzcrank down there. and certainly pushing that lane and getting, being more positive until it got to the team fight stage. So maybe, yeah, just kind of reconsolidate, just take a breather and say, all right, what can we do? What is our capability at this point in the game? And more so, what is the opponent's capability onto us?
I agree with that. I think, you know what, take a page out of the bot lane. You've got your Pistachio Booty Makudi and Ryoklu exercising a ton of patience and being very patient, letting the other parts of the map take precedence. And I think that RR could learn a lot from that kind of like humility, that kind of patience, that kind of just like taking it one step at a time. And if you do manage to, make it, are you okay?
That didn't work. I've got headphones on.
It's all good. I think, they could have done better, but RR has the makings of a great team that can be competitive in this tournament. Don't give up. Let's hopefully see you next week.
Yes, absolutely. No, and that's the best thing that I love is they keep returning to these tournaments and they keep making it into quarterfinals. They keep having to go up against these really, really hard teams that have gone to the finals, have actually won the finals many times. Limit Testers, we've seen probably the most times aside from Your Nightmares in the actual finals. And they keep returning and they are improving. There is a lot of improvement here. I think it's also the top lane is just really tough. It was a rough game. It was a really rough game for them overall.
Call us.
We're gonna take another. Yeah, right. Yeah, we got. I mean, with this, yeah, I can cast. I can play also a bit, but but we're gonna take another quick look at the bracket as we have an updated bracket here with the results from that last game and hopefully some other games. Yeah, everything else has finished. So we're looking at Your Nightmares versus Limit Testers. Hey, that's familiar. And Gamer Snails versus Sailor Scouts, that is also very familiar. And this is what I was expecting. I touched on the fact that at the very beginning, we can kind of expect what the semifinals bracket will look like.
Absolutely.
And this is what I was expecting just based on what we've seen. You hope for some upsets and for some of these teams that haven't done so well to make it into the semifinals so we can, witness their improvement. But these are some teams that we've seen go up against each other. And at this point, I can't predict either of these.
No, me either. Honestly, these are old rivalries. These are
Right.
ancient rivalries that have these have been hard earned over the last 6 weeks, and all of these teams have played against each other to varying results. And these are both incredibly intimidating. If we're being completely honest, and we can't call any of these. I'm almost like at a loss for words, especially Gamer Snails and Sailor Scouts. Those two teams, I feel like Limit Testers and Your Nightmares, both they started out very strong. And they stayed strong for most of the tournament. But Gamer Snails and Sailor Scouts are scrappy. They have learned and they have adapted. They've done insane things.
Improved so much. They were the two teams in the first week of finals. So we were thinking, all right, these are the teams that are going to be big. And then we had Your Nightmares, who I don't believe was in the first week. And Limit Testers were not either in the first week. So we were going into week 2 saying, Gamer Snails, Sailor Scouts, these are the two teams to watch. And the Limit Testers and Your Nightmares joined in. And we're like, okay, hold up. All right, this might be difficult for these guys. And they've worked through it. They figured it out. We saw Sailor Scouts taking down Your Nightmares in an incredible final. So I'm very excited to see these games. And we're going to be watching the one that I would prefer to watch of these two first. We will be going over the next 3 games, though, as long as things go according to schedule. We're going to take a short break here before we hop into the next game. Give us the chance to breathe a little bit and give the teams a moment to consider their compositions going into this next game. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
It's not just the ships, the armor, or the aircraft. It's something more. It's the will to fight and determination to win, found inside each and every Marine that answers a nation's call. Battles won.
Oh, all right. So we are back. I was like, why did the sound cut from that ad? That's because I'm supposed to be talking. So we are going to be going into the next game here. We just saw the bracket, and the first game that we will be watching will be Gamer Snails up against Sailor Scouts. I'm very, very excited about this one. This is definitely of the rivalries. This is absolutely one of them. So I love to see the two rivalries in these semifinals places in the bracket. And pretty standard, actually very standard in terms of the rosters for these teams. The same thing that we have been seeing so far. It has been working for them in the past, so they're going to stick with it and continue to grow as a team. So we'll see. Leave that tree alone. We'll see what they do.
Oh, yeah, I know. It's their favorite new thing. I can't stop. He's just going to keep... Sir, this is a League of Legends tournament.
Yeah, you can't curse at him on the stream, but we know that you want to. Yeah,
I freaking do.
We do have some potentially cool picks coming up. Taking a look at the previous games of these guys. When was the last time? So they did go up against each other last week. It was the second game, so it was the first semifinals game again. Yeah, right. I've got a notebook. What are you doing there?
I don't know. I get
staple
excited.
them or get a paper clip or something. Why would you do this to yourself?
It's just so exciting. I found one. Week 4, game 2. Gamer Snails versus Sailor Scouts.
Yes. Sailor Scouts did come out on top in that one, but it was a well-fought fight. Gamer Snails kind of did an interesting pick in terms of the composition. They ran the Yumi, which we have seen. I think have we seen that work at all? I don't think we have seen it work at all, but it has been picked up a couple of times by specifically the support here for Gamer Snails of Yuki Nagato. Yep. And while I appreciate it, I'm like, Yumi, not one of my favorite picks, especially in terms of playing really aggressive early on, which seems to be the status quo for all of these teams, is super early aggression, whether or not you're in a losing lane, a winning lane, super, super aggressive and taking every opportunity and everything you can after winning a fight. So we've seen, and some other, not unorthodox picks, but just less common picks, like the Zyra, for instance, picked up for week 4 for Yuki Nagato as well. So some interesting possibilities going into this one, particularly towards the bottom lane. And I want to see Gamer Snails really pick things up, because most of the time in the past when they've got up against Sailor Scouts, it's been so close, and then Sailor Scouts is just able to close it out towards the end of the game. So I don't want to say, composition is just is a small part, but it can really lead into things once you get past 20 minutes. It is a big, big deal. No big surprise to start. Those jungle bands. Goldflower and Ghosty are two of the craziest players that we have seen so far. We constantly talk about Goldflower and Prothean really ruling the top half of the map. So Zirion and Ghosty are gonna, do a good job of banning out those jungles, but I don't know if it'll be enough.
Yeah, you know what? Listen, Ghost Tea and Goldflower are both incredibly good, competent junglers, and I'm not sure if banning to them is the right opportunity because we have seen Goldflower successful on nearly every single pick they've had. That includes Kayn, that includes Hecarim. Actually, I think that includes Vi as well. Yep. I mean, these are all picks that, like, it's difficult to ban to them. I wonder, though, if we will get to see just how deep Goldflower's champion pool is. And Ghost Tea and Goldflower both share a champion pool as well in terms of jungle. So, I mean, banning to jungle, you do have to be careful because you might cripple your own jungler. And so I'm hoping that's not the case because they both definitely share that. Kayn, I respect that Gamer Snails would ban that away from their own jungler, though, because on Goldflower, we've just seen it straight up devastate other teams, just full on rip them to shreds. And that, to me, also signals that Ghost Tea is confident in whatever pick they're planning on. Somebody's either going to pick or ban Hecarim, though. That is definitely, I don't even know if it's a prediction at this point. That's just kind of like the statistic inevitability of both of these teams.
That's just what's going to happen. We have seen a lot of Hecarim, actually, and that has to do, there it is, there's the ban for the Hecarim, has to do with that fast, quick, heavy engage and the ability to also appear in lane early on. And since most of that focus has been towards the top side, he's a great pick for that aggression, in top in particular, you know. So we'll see what gets picked out if these guys do decide to take something from deep within their champion pool or deep within those pockets that they have. But you may be right in that we might be at the point where it's just impossible to ban them out. You might as well ban out something else in terms of the bottom lane, maybe something that has been very successful for the support or the mid lane bans as well, because Pan and Kaori have both been incredible mid laners, and so that might be where more of the focus could be in terms of just removing things from the table.
Yeah, I think so. I think that it's hard to tell, especially like we haven't really had very many roster changes for any of these teams. Sailor Scouts have had no roster changes at all in the entire game. But Gamer Snails did switch out Zirian, I think, and Yuki Nagato, if I'm not mistaken. Let's take a look here. Oh yeah, okay, so Gamer Snails is missing Noisy on the original top. So Zirian was one of the changes as well.
Yeah.
And then we had, and Kaori, they're actually also a change to Nabi. So Gamer Snails have had a lot of roster changes. And so, I mean, if you think about it, in all honesty, having roster changes at all during this tournament, but later in the game, later in this tournament, it can be really, really bad for the way that your teams cooperate. But Gamer Snails has done an incredible job with these roster changes, and this is consistent from last week. So, I mean, at least there is that. There is at least a consistent team from week 5 to week 6. So
I swear I've seen Zirion before. I don't know why that name sounds so darn familiar. Okay, it was week 2. Zirion was there, and Noisy was actually in the jungle position, and then Kaori was in the mid lane at that point. So they've had quite a few changes to the roster. I mean, the first week they had Eilith in the jungle position. You know, you had Hanabi swap from the support lane to the mid lane. And now it seems like they've kind of figured things out. We'll see, because this is only different from last week, in that Lustfully was not able to be there, and Zirion was also, it was Noisy last week. So it is slightly different, but a good potential, I think, and we're going to see exactly how things pan out, because Kaori has certainly been doing a really good job in the mid lane. And I do like to see somebody find their secure lane, or the more comfortable lane, and go through with it. But a Set and a Galio... that's already, I hate this comp. I mean, to play against it, I hate it. I'd probably enjoy it more if they were on my team, but we do know how much Lilac Soul, and really everyone in this tournament, has loved the Ashe. She's, you know, very good in the meta right now, and I love to see Neki Lime on the Nami. Also, Neki Lime has been playing some of my favorite supports and doing such a good job. Those tidal waves have been so clutch for Sailor Scouts being able to close out a lot of these fights. So it's going to be difficult to try to counter that bottom lane for Gamer Snails.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? I just realized they were the first game of the first week. Mer Snails versus Sailor Scouts.
Aww.
So isn't that cute?
Circle.
I know, it's adorable. And Kaori was a part of that first game as well. Yeah. So I think Hanabi was kind of the like support, like floater as well. I really have enjoyed Yuki Nagato's performance, though. Necky Lime and Lilac Soul, though, these are names that we are intimately familiar with, that we feel really good about. The Lilac Soul Ash special has now become the tournament special. Everybody is playing that, but we won't ever forget that Prothean was that first Volibear pick as well. That was super exciting for both of us. The first game we casted together too, believe it or not, Jolly and I actually really like each other as human beings. So it's kind of cute to like think back to like that very first game and how we were both so stoked.
Right after we met.
I know, literally like 20 minutes after we met. It's so good.
True. I love it. I think it's a couple days actually.
I know.
But the Elise on Goldflower. All right. This is also a throwback. I think Elise was maybe the second pick. I feel like Elise was the second pick that Goldflower made. And I was like, we'll see how this goes. And oh my god, it was disgusting. It was certainly a ban that was enforced the couple of weeks after, but then we discovered the Goldflower's champion pool was just so freaking deep that there's no way to ban out Goldflower. It's just not possible to do. And so the Elise is definitely one of those deeper pocket picks that we've seen at least once before. We've seen just so many different champions from both of these teams, though, that, I mean, the ban phase is almost negligible. You know, it's the pick phase that really comes to impact the game itself.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that these bans are really, I think these are all really good bans that kind of show respect, especially like the Leona Necky Lime. I think that's such a solid respect ban too, because Necky Lime has been absolutely terrifying, especially later in game. They're very patient with Lilac Soul. They're just humble farmers in the bot lane trying to keep it together while there's a chaos going on. That was a Lilac Soul and Necky Lime meme to begin with, because they were just so patient and good, and then they just busted out at the later stages of the game. And I think that these are all really good respect picks, because it shows that these people know the champion pools that they're playing against, and they've seen the gameplay, and they are aware of the potential for both of these different snowballers. I am actually really surprised by the Sona ban, even though that is, I think, the strongest support on the map right now. I'm still, I mean, yeah, in the hands of Necky Lime, very dangerous for the late game, but do you think it, with the aggression that we've seen in the last few games, that it's even really viable to ban such a late game champion like Sona, or like a late game bloomer like these particular ones here? Like, for example, Tryndamere as well. It seems like they're banning towards the late game Mercenails.
Yeah, and, you know, the Sona, I think, is also just, Sona can be really good depending on the ADC going into the Ashe and the Nami. Sona Nami has always been kind of a little bit of a back and forth there. You've got some really good poke that you can get from Sona, since Nami has to get relatively close to utilize her abilities, or at least close to the enemy. So Sona has that outrange. We haven't really seen much, and Yuki Nagato is going to stick with the Yuumi here again. And this is a pretty classic lane from these guys, as we have seen the Yuumi with I think with the Sivir, and then also with the Jinx, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the Sivir and the Jinx. And that was actually a Gamer Snails Sailor Scouts game where it was the Sivir and the Yuumi. It was a little bit less, I would say a little bit less reinforced team, because they have so much engage. Oh my god, they have so much engage, as does the opposing team. But I would say that Gamer Snails early on has a little bit more of an opportunity to really go all in if Ghost T wants to pop into a lane in the early point of the game. And this also allows Lustfully and Yuki Nagato to take their time in the bottom lane and just do their thing until it gets to the mid-game team fight stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great assessment as well. It's kind of what we've seen in previous games before. Great tactic that like everybody just kind of stays out of jungle and tops away for the most part. Anybody who gets caught in the crossfire generally dies in a very messy, unfortunate way. I'm going to be honest with you. I think Orin is one of the strongest top picks, and is wildly underestimated just because he's kind of he's a bumbling, like, very reliable, like, stalwart pick, like, kind of like, boom, 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 boom. But he's so good, and he's nigh unkillable later in game. He has great CC as well that just kind of comes out of nowhere. There's nothing you can really do.
Literally just comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, you can see that. It's true. You see that goat just rushing towards you, and you're like, I'm gonna die. It's very good. It's fun, and we haven't seen an Ornn at all in game.
Yeah,
so
I am
not a single one.
just as surprised as you, to be honest, because we at the very, very beginning, I think, in the first week or two, we were talking about picks that we were likely going to see in the top. And that was, we're like, Ornn, he's so strong. You'd think he's slow and lumbering, but then he suddenly is just right in your face. He's also somehow incredibly tanky and deals a ridiculous amount of damage too. So he and Volibear have been really big picks for that, because of that reason. Set is one going into the Ornn, has the potential to also deal a lot of damage early on. That Haymaker also later on in the game can really be devastating to the rest of the team. And I think that's another reason that this pick is so good, is that while it might not be, it might not be the best into that Ornn, the rest of the team he can just demolish, and there's a lot more survivability on Gamer Snails. So Sailor Scouts going in super aggressive, and Gamer Snails realizing, all right, we've lost this matchup several times in the past. I don't know if they've come out ahead at all in any of these games, or if Sailor Scouts has just barely won, but they're always super close. So I think Gamer Snails is like, all right, the composition has to do a lot with how the second half of the game goes. And while we keep things even for the first half, the second half, that means is where really we need to pick things up and find a composition that will work towards that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think trying to make it to that late game and have a really consistent late game, because you're right, they keep it together so well during that early game, and then they start to get, I think, confused about how the additional stages of the game are to proceed. But they have been showing that prowess. I mean, we did see them go up against, Your Nightmares, and we were so worried about them, and then they held their own really solidly. We were super proud. So I think that when they play at that level of play, and then they're back down to their the level of play of Sailor Scouts, I'm not saying it's a back down at this point, actually, because Sailor Scouts have been incredible, but I think that Gamer Snails have been challenged to the point where they have to up their game, and their level of play has definitely improved. I think they're going to see a run for their money. Sailor Scouts cannot feel like this is a confident win for them, because it won't be. Gamer Snails have proven their ability to really learn the different stages of the game, whiteboard against other teams, and learn and adapt. But we do have Zirian getting snuck up on here by Goldflower, an unfortunate series of events. But does have that shield pop up, but unfortunately...
Such a deep move through by Goldflower, going all the way to the bottom side of that river, all the way to the bush there. Realizing there's no ward here. There was a ward in the tri-bush. So that's kind of one of those risks, is you've got one ward. You either put it in the try if you're planning on pushing very, very hard, which as a set, it is a slightly winning matchup, if I'm not mistaken. A lot of these, if I'm wrong, you guys could, more than welcome to call me out. But I do believe set is a slightly winning matchup here, not by a lot. So I think Zirian expected to go in really, really aggressively. He expected to be able to push very hard, and that at least realized, all right, the ward's not here. He's not backing off. I have the opportunity to take him down, and that might push him back far enough to where Prothean, that slight advantage in the matchup, won't really matter. Zirian now is going to try to aggress onto Prothean. There's a lot of damage going down, but the stun in return, so close to taking down Prothean, but 2 times in 4 minutes, getting removed by the presence of Goldflower is just devastating for Zirian.
Oh, I feel for Zirian, though. I mean, the mental that happens when you get ganked twice in 4 minutes, you blame yourself really hard, but in the case, as is the case with Goldflower, a really, really solid jungler using the same tactic to sneak up there. Not a good feeling. I think Zirian will likely have a better performance for the remainder of the game, though. You learn a hard lesson that early on. You behave yourself going forward, and you are more careful going forward. So I think that we'll see some improvements by Zirian here. All is not lost. Small gold disparity, like I said. Mercenails, this isn't the kind of downfall of the Mercenails. This is an actual one-off happening with Zirian as a player rather than the whole team. So, I mean, it's still a hopeful matchup. There is a lot of pressure happening in game, and you called it right off the bat. That early game for Yuki Nagato on that Yumi, it doesn't aid to a very strong beginning flush there, but is really good for the later game. So, I mean, yeah, they just have to kind of keep it together, but Lustfully really is just there to farm, not to get kills in this bot lane, at least not for the first 15, 20 sometimes minutes of the game.
Yeah, and a lot of it too is, Vi has a lot of potential also in the bottom lane. Vi loves the bottom lane to gank down there. She's now focusing on the dragon, which is great. So actually, Gamer Snail's being very, very smart here, lustfully, and Yuki Nagato. Oh my gosh, there it is. That's what we're looking for. Yuki Nagato and lustfully do have the potential survivability, but no, Sailor Scouts realized exactly what was going on. No, she went back in, and Ghosty was able to pick up that kill. He did it. He smited out the opposing team there, and it was considered a steal, but was it really when he started that?
Yeah, you know, that was his dragon to begin with. I don't know why the game interpreted that as a steal. Maybe it's the proximity. Oh, looks like Zirian here is taking a serious. Oh, bummer. A real risk there with that turret dive this early in the game, but kind of stylish, trying to get that second kill.
It would have worked if it wasn't for the flash, I think.
That's true.
And now in the bottom lane, we got Sailor Scouts going in on Lustfully, and Yuki Nagato down goes Lustfully. Goldflower picking that one up and then able to just spider walk away. Yuki Nagato now not really a big threat, especially at very, very low mana, so a lot of pressure down here in the bottom lane, and that should equal at least one plate for the Sailor Scouts.
That is the kind of performance we expect to see from Goldflower, that kind of knowing exactly how their kit works, and managing to use it in the exact right way, taking advantage of every potential possibility for ganks on the map, really just being there every time they're needed. And I think that's actually really fantastic to see Goldflower really just making a mess of the map as per usual, especially because we have seen some really tough games with them lately. But on that Elise, that's something special. I do think that Ghost T did make a good move there, smiting that dragon this early on. I mean, Ocean Drake is an absolutely awesome aid, especially this early on. They make a big difference, and I think that's why they went for it in the first place. But going in to finish what they started at the sacrifice of their own life, it's going to help the rest of their team for the rest of the game, especially this early on. And seeing that they're struggling, seeing that they need that Ocean Drake, regardless of the death there, I think that was a solid play on their part. In terms of morale, too, I mean, it is really nice to see, hey, listen, your top is getting farmed. Can we get some sort of way to allay that? And a dragon is a great way to do that. I think that creates a lot of good morale on a team as well. So Goldflower just chilling in the jungle, cleaning up. This is the spoils of a jungler, really, is that you're just creating the ability to just farm. Like, you just want to be left alone to live your humble life, but you have to fight in the war first.
I also think, you know, having that Vi, oh no, we've got a stun, Lustfully gets hit by the bubble. The ignite is on, and Lilac Soul's going to follow it up with a flash of her own and manage to pick up the kill onto Lustfully. That is 0-2-0 in the first kill for Lilac Soul. I was saying before I was rudely interrupted by the game, by myself, that, you know, that dragon also, you know, not just a victory for the team itself as, oh my gosh, Horn comes out. Now Zirian gets the stun down from Goldflower. The Haymaker comes through, but not quite enough damage. The ultimate onto Goldflower in the backline, and it was enough damage there. The shutdown from Zirian onto Goldflower. Prothean is going to pick him up because that ultimate went so far back, but still a successful fight, and I'm sure he feels a lot better about that than he has to some of these other engages here. Still sitting at 2-4-0, though 4 is quite a few deaths for only 9 minutes into the game here. There's just been so much aggression in the top. All right, what I was saying is it's a moral victory. The Vi went in. I should just leave it. It's dead.
No, it's
the Vi went in, started it, left, and then said, you know what? I'm going to do it. It was like, I got this. And if they hadn't got it, it would have been just devastating.
Yeah,
but you know
absolute waste of time.
What? He got it. He got it, and that is a little bit of an ego boost to continue playing very, very well, and definitely helps the mental here. Prothean is finding a few plates up on the top side. There's definitely a gold lead for the Sailor Scouts at less than 10 minutes in at this point. That is thanks to a lot of the kills they have gotten, and also just a few more of those plates. What a great dash there from Cowrie, but they are not going to be able to survive. Goldflower, so low, happens to pop a pot before one of the refillable potions before potentially going down the stun there from Goldflower, and so much damage going to go on to Ghosty, so they're not going to be able to re-engage on that one. Zirian and Prothean are just having it out. Oh
it's
my gosh, these two, they are both, they're so convinced that they are, you know, the victors of this lane, and a kill score is not going to be the determining factor. It's going to be who wins in a 1v1. But it's not going to be a 1v1, as Ghosty, it appears, is going to engage onto Prothean here. There it is, so much damage. The ultimate from the Vi is going to come out. Prothean now taking quite a bit. Zirian does end up going down, a double kill over to Prothean. Oh my goodness, a 1v2, and it is even.
I'm honestly the slap fight, the messy slap fights happening in top lane. Watching Zirian take that shutdown from Goldflower really helps you catch up in gold, but then that happens. That's what happens. You give your lane partner Prothean a double kill. That's nasty. It's messy. I kind of like it. I'm kind of into this sort of like sloppy. It's not an ARAM. What is it? An all random, all top ARAT.
ARAT.
It's an ARAT here. Yeah, an ARAT. It's
Goldflower in the meantime finds Shelly.
Manages
to
scoop that one up.
Add a little bit of
purple
purple
for sure. Yeah, add a little purple to your spider.
Necky Lime is just, and this is where the Yuumi doesn't really help against this specific matchup. Necky Lime is so darn aggressive and actually may end up getting put down. Look at that. The crystalline arrow is going to give Necky Lime a little bit of time to escape. She's going to follow it up with the bubble there and make it out alive. Lilac Soul and Necky Lime are just like two of a kind. You know, these two are so good in this bottom lane. They are supporting each other. No one is the support in particular here.
You know, isn't that the point of the Supergirl Gamer Pro tournament, is women supporting women? They're my favorite couple. Lilac Soul and Necky Lime. Ship for life, my two favorite wives. Honestly, I really am super enjoying.
Oh, Hero's entrance coming through here. The tidal wave is going to try to just do a little bit more and suppress out these guys, potentially actually trying to keep Shelly alive to do a little bit more damage there. I think was the point maybe of that tidal wave. Didn't quite do that, but it's got a short enough cooldown that it feels okay. But yes, I absolutely agree. Lilac Soul and Necky Lime, they've been there for each other from the very start. Using a crystalline arrow to save your support is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Necky Lime, Lilac Soul, we'll wait for your wedding invitations is what we're trying to say here. Don't even worry. I did hate to see that Hero's entrance used defensively against Shelly, but we do have Zirian showing that same amount of aggression.
Hard coming out. Will it be enough? No, Prothean's going to take actually a tower shot in that one. Zirian did have the Blade of the Ruin King and burned it towards the beginning of that. Bramble Vest and a Sunfire Cape is not going to help much against a set in particular, and it was that was a little bit of a misplay, unfortunately, for Prothean to actually take an extra tower shot. It was completely unnecessary. And then actually he might have been able to win that because he did after that immediately break line of sight and go into the bush, but that tower shot was just way too much.
Yeah, an absolute a miscalculation, probably even a misclick, I would say, because the margin of error is so small there. Definitely not on purpose. Goldflower here in the jungle, just taking their red buff, but it looks like something's getting set up here because, I mean, technically, Goldflower is invading, and there's a lot of sloppy stuff happening on bot here as well. But I think that they're probably going to be the ones to take that first turret down. It seems like they have it pretty well secured, and Goldflower is there watching over to make sure that that is also what happens. Yeah, the first turret goes over to Sailor Scouts. It's bot turret. Lustfleet and Yuki Nagato, despite overwhelming odds and a really sloppy map, they've been doing fairly well so far. Lustfleet definitely has 2 deaths here and is a little bit behind on farm, but it isn't irreparable, especially with that turret gone. They can farm a little bit more safely now. Maybe catch up, maybe make a little bit of a dent on the map. It is really hard for ADCs and supports to make dents on the map this early on, and so a lot of it, they just end up back in their lane anyway, even with that turret gone. So we'll just kind of see what happens here. I don't think Sailor Scouts is going to do that, though. They always take advantage of every possible lead.
They want Ghosty. They
want it so bad.
And not only, you know, with the lane, the big problem, while the tower is gone, so that gives them, you know, potentially the chance to pick up some CS. Look at the deep vision that Sailor Scouts have down there. If they want to engage on them, they know whether it is safe or not. And so that makes things a little bit difficult. There we go. Yuki Nagato gonna go do, you know, things supports love being harassed about the most is, what about the vision? Where's the vision? Lilac Soul is gonna find out this one. The blue turret, second turret there for Sailor Scouts as they push through in 2 different lanes now.
Yeah, we've seen this before. We've seen the slow degradation as Sailor Scouts just chips away, trying patiently to wait for their openings and then taking them. Goldflower really is the person who just rips open those wounds, but Zirian knows that they have the damage advantage despite the difference in kills and deaths. It's not that high anyway, but Goldflower is coming in to aid in Prothean and manages to do a pop-up there. Zirian popping off that shield. Goldflower is going to be Prothean is going to take that kill.
So that predict was incredible. incredible.
Yeah.
We saw the Set ultimate, Set saw Goldflower, was like, okay, I will disengage from this, I will pull Goldflower down under my tower, and the recall there into spider form from
disgusting.
Goldflower, preventing Zirian from committing to that and then instantly going down. And actually, he did end up burning his ultimate on that one as well. So really unfortunate for Zirion, even though he thought he might have had something.
Yeah, oh man, the brief pause when they make eye contact and he thinks he's gonna grab Goldflower and Goldflower just reaches into the sky and disappears. Really disappointing. I can't imagine how tilting that can be as well, thinking that you've got a perfect executed plan, and then you are sabotaged. It's just not something you think about, especially I think that Zirian is likely experiencing a little bit of, flustered, even though they are aware of Elise's kit. I'm certain of that. Didn't quite think that that would be what would happen here. It looks like we've got Sailor Scouts kind of breaking back here to line up for Dragon. However, I don't think that they're going to stick around for it, and if they do, it's probably going to be in the form of baiting Gamer Snails into a team fight that they can't win. Because at this point, we do have a huge gold disparity, but we also have just like a technical disparity between these two teams. Gamer Snails are definitely competent, they definitely know what they're doing, but Sailor Scouts, I think, seem to have the edge here.
They need a sweeper as well. There's so much deep vision.
So much vision.
And they're going to be engaged upon here. The tidal wave is going to follow this one up after the shockwave comes through the crystalline arrow on Zirion, who is solo there in the back line. Ghosty ends up going down to 5 of them. The showstopper coming out from Zirion to try to disengage from that onto Pan. Pan immediately disengages, and the showstopper did not stop the show for Sailor Scouts there. That was a successful fight for Sailor Scouts. Now they are going to head up towards the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they don't even take the dragon. They just kind of leave it sitting there in its little area and go for the Rift Herald instead, because that's going to speed up this game as they take the objectives that are more valuable than dragon, which right now is turrets. The other team doesn't have any. They have 3. Adding 1 or 2 more onto that, maybe even an inhibitor, that's going to absolutely cripple them. Goldflower stopping by the dragon. Doesn't need a team to help take that. Absolutely can take it by themselves and stay secure in doing that.
Oh yeah. So much damage now coming from Goldflower. And we saw Goldflower able to easily solo the first Rift Herald as well and still maintain health on that. And that's the nice thing about running the Elise, is if you play it really well, she's very much more technically difficult, or at least, just intrinsically more difficult. But she does have that ability. If you know how to play her, you can easily clear out camps on your own, or at least put a lot of pressure onto camps while staying alive until your team has the ability to follow up and provide a little bit of assistance. But we can see still no sweepers on the side of Gamer Snails, and that's the thing that's really concerning me, is Sailor Scouts have always been really, really good about their vision, And while Gamer Snails, they have been placing vision as well, look at just the inventory, all of Sailor Scouts, and that's with 3 or 4 wards just having been placed in the last 30 seconds there. So everyone, literally every single member, because Pan, she did actually have one that she just set down a moment ago, every single member purchased 1 to 2 vision wards there. So they're ensuring that when they go in on these fights, even though they have the golden item advantage already, that they will be doing it safely.
Yeah, that means that Gamer Snails won't be able to get any picks either. That's the important part, is maintaining these advantages to such a degree this late in a tournament. It's essential. They don't kind of do these like little sloppy things that we saw in that last game with the top lane dying in base and then having to go back. It artificially lengthens these games, and they can't really afford to. We're in week 6 now, and it's important to make sure that you know that you stay really trim and you don't do anything silly or sloppy, because the other teams will eventually take advantage of that sort of behavior. So
Ghosty
Prothean and bot here.
Going to try to help out lustfully. Prothean using Call of Forge God and actually following it up and not being able to hit that. Yuki Nagato is going to take that one down. In the meantime, Goldflower, Goldflower does pick that one up. As usual, Zirion was caught out there with 4 members of the Sailor Scouts, and now Lustfully might be the next target. Goldflower does take a few tower shots. Oh my gosh, but recalls at the last possible moment to not take that second tower shot from closer to the base there. And that means Yuki Nagato will stay alive for now.
Prothean yakety saxing 2 out of the 5 members of their team to just keep them in bot for fun while they were pushing in mid. I do love a good Scooby-Doo yakety sacks in one door, out the other, distract them until you can get them, sort of dealio. And Prothean definitely selflessly sacrificed himself for the team there in kind of a goofy turn of events. But that's the kind of pressure you want. You want distractions, and if you see the other team pivoting resources to the wrong lane, you can just keep pushing mid. And now, as a result, they are also getting that Baron because they did crack open their base.
Yeah, and there were minions, actually. That was a good stop. Oh my gosh, speaking of stops, the showstopper going on to the back line. Vi is going to take it down. Ash in that one. Ghosty will be removed as well, but Goldflower is finally shut down by Zirian before going down to the Ornn, handing off a double kill. So only 3 members now of the Sailor Scouts are going to get this Baron buff. Gamer Snails did lose 2 members, but that will potentially be, something worthwhile for them because they removed 2 members from that buff potentiality.
I'm gonna be honest, even if the entire team was there with Zirian, I don't think it would have made much of a difference, unless Kaori had maybe their ult up and could have potentially engaged that way, but they clearly didn't. But Zirian still managed to go ahead. You see the frustrating assistance ping there as well after Zirian passed away tragically. So there's definitely some frustrated mental happening right here on the Gamer Snail side, and I don't blame them, but not a great engage by Zirian. Wait for your team. Make sure that they have the resources to engage with you, because if you don't, you're going to die before they can even get there. Set is a really strong engage, so you just need to make sure that you have the rest of your team to back you up, because if you can do that initial damage, if you can do these knockups, if you can do these stuns, you can take them out, but unfortunately, the rest of the team was not available for that engage, so...
Picking up the 2 did end up being, it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
They still managed, it was a 2 for 2 technically, and it ended up removing 2 from the Baron buff. Plus, there were minions in the base. Oh, the taunt! So that Prothean is not able to follow the Forge God, and the Crystalline Arrow is going to come through as well. Lilac Soul might be the next target here, as Zirian has found out a lot of damage, but Prothean is going to prevent that unstoppability on so much damage. The Showstopper onto 2 of them. Zirian managing to take down 1, and Kaori taking it down the other. So a great pick there, and that's exactly what they need and what they want. But in the meantime, Sailor Scouts have invaded the base, and not just invaded the base with Baron minions, but have taken down 1, almost 2 towers. So the recall there from Sailor Scouts is going to come out. The Shockwave doing so much damage from Pan there, and Zirian is going to go down here to Goldflower, who is now taking a couple tower shots. So Kaori finds themselves another kill here in the later game. A really good pushback here by Gamer Snails, and they are finding everything that they need to in this fight to prevent their loss.
Hey, listen, this is a really good form of retaliation. I think that Sailor Scouts really thought they were going to end the game there, but Zirian has proven they're hungry, they're ready, and they haven't quite given up. But Prothean coming down here with the teleport to take out that dragon as well, just to prevent Gamer Snails from getting any sort of edge and grabbing that. But they are still going to attempt to retaliate. Ghost T really wants that dragon. I don't know if the flash steal is going to be possible in this instance, but they have decided to use the blast cone to go over there and target the back line as well. A very smart move to go for Lilac Soul first, and then grab Prothean.
Goodness, what is going on in this game? What a turnaround! Sailor Scouts getting way too confident, thinking that they can only 2 or 3 man some of these big objectives without knowing where all of Gamer Snails are. And Gamer Snails, such phenomenal responses. They are sitting at 0 to 9 towers now at this point. Over a 10k gold disparity for the Gamer Snails, and yet they are finding themselves successful fights. In fact, they are forcing them.
Yeah, let's see a replay of that blast cone in, and you see Ghosty go straight for Lilac Soul, and then they absolutely prioritize that back line. It's an incredible display of amazing team synergy to prioritize the back line and then run off the rest of their team, because they only have Ornn, they only have a tank left. They can't do any damage at all with the support and the tank alive. Lilac Soul got taken out, and that was just kind of the way that they had to do it. They had to run tail and leave that dragon to Gamer Snails. A very beautiful team fight. Very impressed with Gamer Snails' ability to communicate there and prioritize that backline. 2 of their members. I think that that's just kind of a testament to this sort of team dynamic as they get that sort of adrenaline running and going. Zirian very clearly is not tilted, is ready to fight. and has been making some very good picks that they didn't make during the lane phase. And this is the opposite of what we've seen from the Gamer Snails of the past. These late game finesses and picks and decisions are actually turning the tide of this game in a significant way that we've never seen before. So, like we've said, Gamer Snails' ability to adapt and change and grow actually is fairly competent, and it is fairly worth Sailor Scouts' respect, especially after these two losing engages that they've had. I think that it's worth giving Gamer Snails their respect, and maybe perhaps warding a bit more, staying as a team like they are in top lane. They are definitely mitigating the damage that they experienced in the last few fights. So
they have had I will say Sailor Scouts have had so much vision though.
Oh, absolutely.
Look, once again, look at inventories. You know, you've got six wards placed down, and this is with them having already broken the base and also taken down both of the Nexus towers here. So they are forced to push the other lanes, try to gain access through other means so they can potentially push the lanes and get some minions to invade on the base for them. And they do have some super coming down at the bottom side. You know, maybe another sweeper for the side of Gamer Snails might help them a bit, but they're playing more safely, and this is exactly what they've needed to call. The Forge God coming up from Prothean, who flashes out and then re-engaged onto this one. Pan on the backside, though, is going for Ghosty, and Zirion is able to get one down before going down himself there. Now Goldflower fighting at the back line, and a great stopwatch there, and an escape from Goldflower. Now Kaori and Yuki Nagato are the only two remaining members alive, but they do have the potential to stop this. Or, you know, we'll see. Oh my gosh, see there's so much damage. Prothean just trying to allow his team to get the rest of damage necessary to take out the inhibitor, and that will do it. Yuki Nagato finding her first death in the game, and Sailor Scouts gonna clean this one up right at 27 minutes.
They really gave it their all. I think Zirion came for a fight. I really do think there was a lot of early game aggression there that didn't necessarily serve them very well in the late game. I honestly think that if Zirion had had a better early lane phase, that game would have gone completely different. It would have gone completely different. But unfortunately, I think in that last fight, if I had to guess, the inability to prioritize the back line, just like they had 5 minutes later during Dragon, Lilac Soul really does put the hurt on them, because without Lilac Soul or Goldflower, they really don't have a lot of damage threshold. I mean, Pan actually did an incredible job. I don't think we really touched on that. Really kept it like even and kept Kaori in lane too, which Galio's ability to roam and put hurt on other lanes is kind of essential to his effectiveness later in the game, and Pan just kept them there the whole time.
Yeah, they weren't able to go anywhere as the Galio, and you're absolutely right. Roaming is massive in terms of Galio's kit. So it was a great matchup, and some really phenomenal shockwaves actually too coming out from Pan there on the Orianna. So it's always nice to see those. I mean, there was really good play on everyone's side. Zirion might have been going a little bit too aggressive towards the beginning. We did see the first blood going over to Prothean due to the fact that the Tribush was warded instead of the river bush down there. So Goldflower was able to just kind of meander up there and get that first blood easily for the Sailor Scouts. And then there was actually a pretty big gold disparity, and I think that might have been another thing, is while Zirion was like, all right, I do a ton of damage. I've got a Blade of the Rune King as my first item. I can go in on these guys. But the rest of the team really kind of couldn't. And so, Ghosty really doing his best on trying to round out these engages or trying to hit the back line on these engages. But the front line from Sailor Scouts was just so brutal that they were able to clean up a lot of the kills. I am insanely impressed, though, with like the fight towards Dragon that we saw from Gamer Snails that came out, a very successful fight. While they never got an ace, it was because they were taking advantage of Sailor Scouts being a little bit too presumptive in what they were trying to go for. You know, they only had 2 or 3 members going for the Dragon or going for a major objective without necessarily knowing exactly where the Gamer Snails were at. So really, really phenomenal fights, really fantastic, synergy towards the end of the game. We are going to be seeing the second semifinals game here in just a little bit. Your Nightmares versus Limit Tester, something very reminiscent of the past weeks that we have seen here in the Supergirl Gamer Pro Series. Don't go anywhere, though. We're going to take a really quick break, and we will be right back with Game 2 of the semifinals.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling is good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this.
Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't gonna compromise, why should you?
You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
No one knows where it comes from. Why some have it and some don't. It's the fighting spirit. It consumes fear and weakness. It stands ready to fight whatever shape the battle takes. Because as long as there are battles, there will always be Marines.
You can trade all the games, accessories, consoles, and tech you don't use anymore to get cash or store credit at GameStop. Check out the Trade Center on the GameStop app, visit GameStop.com/trade, or talk to a guest advisor at your local GameStop store to see how much your trades are worth.
For a long time, we had to prove ourselves. But we always knew what we were capable of. We knew when the time came, we would be ready for anything. Our numbers keep rising. And so do we.
Hey, thanks for sticking around. I am Jolly. I am joined here by Kari. We just saw the first semifinals game of Week 6 for the Supergirl Gamer Pro Series, and it almost was identical to the time, actually, that went in the first game. I think like 27 minutes and 3 or 4 seconds. So just going over 27 minutes, that seems to be kind of a norm for us. We do see we haven't seen any real knockdown, drag them outs, anything too insane in terms of like really short games and somebody not holding their own. And it was, in fact, Gamer Snails holding their own there towards the end and fighting a few fights that ended up lengthening that game out and preventing Sailor Scouts from taking the victory. Now, we're going to be going into Limit Testers and Your Nightmares. Again, something we have seen quite a bit of. And how do we think this one's going to go? Because we saw a few weeks back Limit Testers and Your Nightmares go up against each other in the finals. Your Nightmares coming out successful, and then Limit Testers now more recently being more successful than Your Nightmares. So it's been kind of a flip-flop in terms of both of these teams, and they are in this first and second seed here. What do we expect to see from these guys tonight?
Okay, so we definitely have it's anybody's game. Okay, so in the last one, there was some potential, there was potential for an upset, but the Mercenaries have definitely fallen behind as far as like Sailor Scouts have experienced some insane, just some crazy wins that we never expected. And so we kind of thought maybe it would trend towards them, and it was anybody's game for a minute, and then Zirian unfortunately tilted. But in the case of Your Nightmares and Limit Testers got a break last week, so they might come back feeling like refreshed, like they had a vacation. And also Your Nightmares, I mean, they might come back with a vengeance, feeling like they absolutely did not put on the performance that we expect from them against Sailor Scouts. So, I mean, without Sailor Scouts even in the bracket, does Your Nightmares actually feel insecure? Do they actually feel sad from their loss last week? We don't know. It's kind of hard to tell in terms of the mental side. I feel like these teams all have really amicable relationships with each other, but that last week's upset was really unexpected. I think you and I both we were speechless, and it's our job to talk. So I wonder if Your Nightmares will be coming back with a vengeance if the trends continue, if their behavior is the same as it's always been. I think that they are probably hungry for blood and ready to prove themselves. And I think that Limit Testers should be afraid, but not that afraid. Limit Testers is definitely their foe, their viable rival in this game. So what can you say except good luck to both of you?
Right. Yeah, and not only that, but you've also got these two teams, Limit Testers and Your Nightmares. I talked before the games all started, and before we got into Gamer Snails and Sailor Scouts, how those two teams, Gamer Snails and Sailor Scouts, the very first week were like, all right, these are the guys to watch. These are the ones that are going to be making it through. And then Your Nightmares Limit Testers emerged in the next couple of weeks. And they have not been relenting on anyone. They have been making their ways to the semifinals, the finals, every single week. But the growth that we've seen in Sailor Scouts might supersede what Your Nightmares Limit Testers first brought to the table. You know what I mean? Like, when we first saw Sailor Scouts going up against Your Nightmares Limit Testers, it was much less in their favor. And seeing them win last week, going into the finals up against Your Nightmares, who were reigning supreme for the last couple of weeks, and then getting the win, getting the W and the 100 points for that week, and being able to follow up their growth and follow up all of these composition adjustments and things like that they have been doing and have been very, very successful for them. I think at this point, both of these teams might even be scared to go against Sailor Scouts in the finals, you know? So they might even be anticipating that kind of disruption of, okay, this team is now really something that we have to look into. We have to research, we have to study, we have to try to figure out what composition works best. So I almost feel like for this next game going up, while it is the rivalry that we're so used to, that's kind of been shaken a little bit. And these rivalries now are kind of across 4 different teams or 5 different teams going into this. And this might just be the norm for these guys. You know, they're like, we've played against Limit Testers and we've played against them so much at this point. We know their weaknesses. We know their advantages. What is it that we can really use that will make us victorious against this team? And then also the next team coming up, which is Sailor Scouts, as we know, making it into the finals after winning the first semifinals game there just a moment ago against Gamer Snails. So I think the strategies too have slightly changed, because it used to be very, very heavy early game, expect not to get to late game, you know, just don't even get to that point. And now it's gotten to, all right, the early game isn't quite as important because everyone's going to play aggressive. So what do you think would help? And I want to kind of touch on bans in particular, because we were talking about how they are having less of an impact now. How do you think they can actually use the bans to their advantage? What do they need to focus on to help them?
Oh, geez. It's really, it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough to analyze this one. I think that one of my favorites, Solaris Revenge, I think those are still bans that are worthwhile. I think those are bans that are still worth looking at. I think banning away the Cassiopeia is still worthwhile. I think banning away the Ziggs is still worthwhile. I think that because the Cassiopeia has been clutch for them. The Cassiopeia is like the thing that really seems to make like a crazy difference. Although the Ziggs definitely the problem is that Solaris Revenge is such a good player, but those 2 champions in particular are the ones that allow them to carry games. So I do think that those are still worthwhile bans, even though Solaris Revenge's champion pool is insane. Like the LeBlanc, the LeBlanc is insane, but I think a LeBlanc you can deal with that. You can build MR, you can get some CC, you can build a comp around that even to mitigate it. But Solaris Revenge is only as good as the rest of their team, and unfortunately, for Limit Testers, the rest of their team is incredibly good. So kind of a little bit of difficulty there as well. But I do think that the very first, most cursory thing that we should look at is banning some of Solaris Revenge's champions out. We didn't get to see Limit Testers last week, and so I think that for me, my relationship with them, my understanding of their team comp, it's still a little bit.
Dara's already forgotten about Limit Testers. She's like, who are they again?
Yeah, like, I'm sorry, new phone. Who's this? I think that Luckman is definitely the one thing that you really need to focus on. I mean, we definitely had an insane top with Dang. Incredible. Welcome back, Dang. Welcome back to the game. But I think that Luckman is the one who really enabled Dang to have some of those incredible kills and really get super fed. Not that Dang can't do it on his own, he definitely did. But Luckman is the one who kind of like drives and controls the map and makes sure that they're there. Even though Luckman doesn't always end with an incredible like KDA, they are there at every single stage of the game that they need to be, and they're always on the point of the map where they are. And I think that jungling up until basically this season has been such a thankless job. Luckman plays exactly as a selfless, very self-assured veteran jungle should be playing. They're not in it for the glory. They're not in it for anything except to make sure that map control is the name of the game. So I think that banning that Graves is going to be relatively essential, especially after the last game. And Luckman does favor Graves. That's one of their favorite picks. So as far as bans toward your nightmares goes, you want the Cassie, the Ziggs, and the Graves are the three that really stand out to me right now. I think your nightmares knows that I think that your nightmares knows they have to ban that Graves, and I think they know that they have to ban that Volibear. But we'll see. I mean, how effective can they be if they get counterpicked? And especially with such a good composition as your nightmares, as they have been able to adapt. And I think that one of the best players on the your nightmare side is Sign Me Up, having played support, having played top, and it really has a diversity for the roles. So I think that Dang is actually going to have quite a difficult lane against that. So
yeah, and we do have not the same original. We've had roster changes across the board, but in terms of your nightmares, we don't have one of our star players, I suppose we could say here. Right. So that might make things difficult as well. And you don't want to say that the loss, and it's not a loss of the player, but the unavailability, or if something happened to where she can't. Alpha male jungler obviously is who I'm talking about, to where she's not able to play, because if I'm not mistaken, she's off the roster again for this week. That I don't want to say losing a member will be your demise. Obviously, that's not the case. They're here in the semifinals, and they've done well, and they got to the finals last week, as we saw. Yes, they did fall, but they still really held their own. And it was a pretty rough game for them, to be honest, going against the Sailor Scouts, who are now at the point of finding their groove. So you have one team who has grown an immense amount over the course of these last 6 weeks, and then you have another team who has just done incredibly well from the start, from their emergence in this tournament, and now has a little bit of a hiccup due to the fact that their roster is slightly different. So Sailor Scouts has that advantage, and Limit Testers. Sorry, I'm talking about Limit Testers. Limit Testers has that advantage, and so it's gonna be really tough for them to find exactly what they need to focus on, because they don't have the cohesion necessarily that Limit Testers do. And even when Dang was out, and even when we had, oh gosh, I don't want to forget the sub's name. It was so good.
Arthidius.
It was Arthidius. That's right, you got it. When Arthidius subbed in, it was almost as if it was Dang. That cohesion still remained, and we didn't quite see that exact same thing last week from your nightmares that we saw for the sub coming through for Limit Testers. So was Alpha Male Jungler that pivotal to this team, or was it just a little bit of a flop for them on that last game last week? What do you think?
I think that I think that there is something to be said about the absence of Alpha Male Jungler, who has the same kind of map presence that Luckman does. I think that there is something to be said about the fact that Sign Me Up is not in their regular role when they're jungling, right? I think. Oh no, they're doing top. Yeah. Or I think that we'll have to see the roster.
I don't know. We might. We have like the names, but we also have the addition of a new player who is Look. And so it is very possible that, yes, if they couldn't find really somebody that would take the place, I mean, you can't replace Alpha Male Jungler, obviously, but somebody on their regular roster that would be reasonably better in the jungle position than maybe a sub would be. Yeah. It gets really difficult, because you're like, okay, do we swap lanes at this point now? Do we keep searching and try to find a jungle that can take the place of Alpha Male Jungler until she's able to return? Yeah. Or do we just adjust our roster? And that's kind of what they've gone to, because last week it was a slight adjustment in the roster as well. And so Solari's was still, I would imagine Solari's will still be in the mid lane, because that's been absolutely huge for the team. I mean, a heavy carry and a really deep champion pool, like you said. We don't necessarily know how that translates over for the other lanes in terms of champions. So Ame, who was our Ashe, I guess everybody plays the Ashe, but Ame, who has been here from the start of your Nightmares entrance into this tournament, is one that's missing. And the bottom lane, a little lackluster maybe, still really pivotal now as we've gotten to this point. We're going to start looking at the picks and bans now. Your Nightmares on the blue side, Limit Testers on the red side. there's just, I feel like I can't even come up with a question for you. Like, I'm just rambling. I'm at the point where it's like, there's so many different points to be made about these guys because they're both such good teams.
And we know them so well at this point, too. Also, breaking news, Alpha Male Jungler will be back next week. So prepare yourself emotionally and mentally for that. However, let's get it to the roster. Your Nightmares on the blue side. Aurelion Sun in the top was previously, I believe, a Lulu, right?
In the bottom. Yeah,
support Lulu.
Yes, because Clorox was originally the support.
Yep.
We saw Clorox, and then last week Clorox jumped up to the top lane. And Sign Me Up was in the jungle, so that's going to stay the same. Solari's in the mid, that's going to stay the same. So they're kind of going back, and they swapped that top lane and the support lane, and now we have the addition of Look, which is, how did you get that name?
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty intense, honestly.
Just Look. You know, that's got to be an OG player. That might be the person that we actually have to watch out for. You never know.
Right? Look at me. I'm the captain now. And then we have limit testers on the red side. Dangdoi Mew in the top lane. Luckman in the jungle. Dopamini with that terrifying Lux. I think we might see a Lux ban. I would probably appreciate that, honestly. And Ryoklu in the ADC. And Pistachio, Booty Makudi, one of the favorites here. Pistachio really put on a great show for us last game with that Lulu. I think there might be either a fight over a Lulu or a petty ban over that Lulu that's like, if I can't have her, none of you can.
Nah, I think somebody's going to take it.
I hope so.
I don't feel like neither of these teams, I don't think they have really banned, because they both love to play that Lulu. And so I feel like they're at the point where, whoever gets it first, gets it first. But we do have the swap back to Clorox on the rocks in the support lane, who, if I'm not mistaken, was a little bit tankier in their selections earlier on when they were playing in that support role. So it might just be one of those that Pistachio has easy access to getting that Lulu because there's really no interest from Clorox.
Yeah, you never know. I think, the Lulu has been incredibly popular, but I think Clorox on the rocks especially has shown some really incredible prowess with that support role. I mean, I remember not only is their username incredibly funny, but I know that they had some incredible, I always feel like we have to celebrate the underdog especially, and for supports to not be able to get their due and be able to be celebrated. I know that we have talked about Clorox on the rocks in that role, and very much felt that they were worth that role. They were making a huge difference in ways that a lot of supports really can't find their way, especially because their ADCs can't really rise to the challenge. I mean, honestly, let's be real. Bot lane, as far as like the ability to affect the game, you're only as good as your ADC and you're only as good as your support. So it can be really difficult to affect a game in a positive way. But Clorox on the rocks definitely knows what they're doing. They definitely give it their all. And they also did the same thing when they were doing Maokai. You're right, though. They do trend towards tanky players. I think that's why it kind of lends to their ability to play top as well, because they are sort of like trending on those tanky picks. I would love to see Clorox on the rocks pick a tanky pick like Maokai as a support, but you never know. It's got to be appropriate, of course, especially when the skills are
Oh. You still there? Oh no, Kari dropped. All right. It is just now me. So you guys have to deal with that. Have fun, enjoy. Looks like the first picks are coming through now. Look, going to be picking up the Jinx as a first selection, which is a little bit interesting, actually, to first pick just the ADC. The ability to counter that pick. And no big surprise, the Lulu is in the bottom lane here. Pistachio picking up that Lulu that we love so much and have seen so much of. Always successful, whether it's the early part of the game or later on with wild growth. Dang now has picked up for Ryoklu the Ezreal. We just saw in the first game Ryoklu on the Ashe, so nobody, because the Ashe has obviously been banned out from Your Nightmares there, nobody gets the chance to pick up the Ashe that is everyone's favorite in this tournament. The Caitlyn was the counter ban in response there, who's really good against the Ezreal. The ability to use Ace in the Hole at the end of the fight. You know, you don't have to worry about the shift and things like that. And the farther selections down below, as we can see also, I think Dang is going to be their focus here for Your Nightmares, because we have the Volibear, we have the Mordekaiser, both of which have been absolutely devastating for Your Nightmares, and in particular, last week, having these guys go up against that and it working really, really well for them. Dang earlier today, the Volibear doing exceptionally well. We've got a little bit of lag, I think, on the next picks. And the jungle will also be a little bit insane on this one. Sign Me Up is once again in the jungle, same as the previous week. And Luckman, as we have seen before, just doing an insane job here. Really doesn't matter who they select. It works well. The Graves would not be a surprising pick. And hey, Kari called it. There it is. They did not ban out the Lux. Dopamini now has themselves their favorite champion, or at least what appears to be their favorite, as they have played it so incredibly well so far here. Sign Me Up once again picking up that, once again picking up the Morgana for the team. So that is a solid combination down below. The Jinx and the Morgana, and then Solari's Revenge going back to the Anivia. We've seen and talked about how you really can't ban out Solari's Revenge. We saw the Anivia once or twice, but we have seen so many other deep picks. So the LeBlanc and the Cassiopeia, as we were talking about before the pick ban phase started, were removed from the table, but that does not mean Solari's Revenge doesn't have opportunities to go in on a heavy hitting champion that they love so much. The Anivia has worked really well. I do think, the Anivia with this team, they're going to have a really big top laner for Aurelion Sun. So we'll have to see exactly what kind of picks they make here on out. And a lot of focus still towards the top and the jungle. That's what they're waiting for in the final counter picks here in the game. They want to see what the rest of the lanes are going to look like and what the best opposition to that will be. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw, we were talking about, I guess, the mid-Nunu still very, very viable in that jungle role. We've seen Jarvan also work very well for these guys. The Hecarim being pulled out multiple times. Kayn has been actually very, very popular with your Nightmares, as well as the Sailor Scouts. Or even, the Nocturne or something like that. But the very, very mobile champions. The Graves would be great for Luckman, but that means the top lane, dang, needs to be on somebody relatively tanky there. And the Graves is actually going to be banned out by your Nightmares. That means that Luckman has to pick up something a little bit different. The Kayn as well banned out. And the Malphite there for the top lane, which we have seen picked up there from your Nightmares in the past. The Wukong as well. We were just kind of talking about Dang playing well on the Wukong, the Volibear. Really any of those heavy aggression, but also, a bit of mobility and the ability to disengage as well. Dang does very, very well with. And he's absolutely willing to utilize his ultimates to escape from these fights or to engage depending on what the situation is. So your Nightmares is going to have to make the first pick going into this second round of picks. They're sticking with the purples and the blues, it appears. But a little more survivability, a little more adaptability currently from your Nightmares. Just so much burst from limit testers, which is classic. That is what we have learned to expect from both of these teams at this point. Your Nightmares, though, struggling a little bit just in terms of their team roster. Having to swap roles, having to bring in new players, having to replace players. We heard Kari say, somebody mentioned in the chat that the Alpha Male Jungler will return for next week. And we do have these guys still sitting in first place, 25 points ahead right now of Mercenails actually in that lane. So limit testers, again, are in the 4th place. They missed last week. They weren't able to play. Whoa. All right. So, looks like some of the picks have gone through. I think the Shen and the Kazakhs look about right here. The double Olaf double set doesn't quite look right, though. And Olaf is a phenomenal pick here for this team. I absolutely adore that. Dang, selecting the set that he, has gone up against before in the past. So much aggression, definitely similar and in the vein of that Volibear that we saw him wreck with in Game 1 in that quarterfinals game up against Ara. Just a very aggressive firsty team. That is what the overall is for the entirety of limit testers. Your Nightmares now, they do have a bit more adaptability and survivability, and it's funny to talk about adaptability with the Kazakhs jungle. That is part of his kit. We're going to be hopping into things. And lucky for you guys, I do color and play-by-play. Solari's Revenge is going to get jumped on, though it gets a triple stun onto the back line, followed by the taunt. But actually a dash back into the traps there is going to give a first blood over to Sign Me Up, and a double kill is the last thing that you want from that. A flash out from Clorox on the rocks in an attempt to get the binding onto the Lux, who flashed very quickly in response. So Dopamini will leave with her life, but they did lose 2 members in less than 1 minute of this first game here. So already almost a 1,000 gold difference, and you'd think that wouldn't be that big to start things off with. That's going to put such high priority here onto this Kha'Zix at the moment. And it's also going to make things very difficult for limit testers when they can expect an engage from this guy. And that could be at any point. It is a Kha'Zix. He can jump in really whenever he wants. He is going to have to spend a bit of time here in the jungle. More survivability on that end, but less need for a leash here. As we can see, Morgana just recalled Clorox, and the Rocks was like, that's fine. They can do it without me. They've got enough damage here. A deep ward. I actually didn't see that come through from limit testers there on the top side. And then also down there in the bottom. So pretty spectacular vision placed there by limit testers after losing 2 members to your Nightmares. And this mid lane is going to be an interesting one as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some early presence from either of the junglers here, because both of these guys are ridiculous. Dopamini, Solari's Revenge, both of them have been players that we have been focusing on nonstop from the very beginning of things. And the pressure going in one direction will be huge. If Solari's Revenge does have the advantage, that's going to be so difficult for limit testers to come back from. If you have the AD coming from the Kha'Zix and an immense amount of AP and burst from the Solari's Revenge in the mid lane on the Anivia, it's going to be so difficult if you are caught out by a single one of these guys. And in particular, if both of them find you, you're going to be done for here. So limit testers doing a good job of keeping up the pressure here. We've already got Aurelian Sun kind of pinging out, hey, where is Dang? He's kind of disappeared here. So that is good acknowledgement, and no surprise, Sign Me Up already making an appearance, and it is in the mid lane. And I'm doing well on this one now. Dopamini, oh my gosh, gonna go down to Sign Me Up, who is 3-0-0 at 3 minutes into this game. Your Nightmares re-emerging as my Nightmares. Sign Me Up kind of struggled last week in the jungle role. Definitely did not go as very one-sided as we've seen from your Nightmares in the past. We saw the Evelyn come out, which ended up not working. The Kayn, which was actually banned against him just in this last pick ban phase from limit testers, so they recognize that the Kayn is something they don't want to experience. But this is a completely different game now. Sign Me Up sitting at 3-0-0 is going to be very difficult to take down. Still squishy though, and so with the Set and the Olaf, there's a lot of opportunity here for these guys to put the pressure on that's necessary. Luck Band is going to be coming down. There is a Vision Ward here, the Polymorph going on to the Jinx, and a Teleport now is going to follow it up onto that Ward. Clorox on the rocks is going to end up going down. Solari's Revenge trying to figure out whether or not she wants to engage on this fight, and actually gets turned on after deciding that it was not the best decision. The Resurrection, that egg is going to be down to the passive, and a flash out from Luck here. Just barely surviving that one. 2 kills going over to limit testers. And that benefit of the initial double kill before the game even started, and that pickup as well from Sign Me Up, might not work as well if you have an incredibly fed Ezreal and a Lulu to back that up. That can be very difficult. The Polymorph certainly going to be huge later on. And even though that ward was in the bush, it was just far too late for them to do anything about it. Dang, now with so much pressure, having pushed the lane that far back, picking up the kill onto Aurelian Sun with the Haymaker there, that's going to even out the kills and actually give the gold advantage now to limit testers. They do have a slight advantage here in creep score, kind of across the board, aside from the bottom lane. Jinx is definitely one to pick up a lot of creep and be able to push the lanes very, very easily. Not as much early game, but she still has the potential, especially with Clorox on the rocks there, backing up a Jinx as the support. Now 5.5 minutes into the game. Nothing too insane after one of the most insane starts I have seen so far in this game, and some really good vision already being placed by both teams, both defensive and aggressive. We can see a lot of defensive vision coming out around the Dragon Pit there for your Nightmares. There is slight advantage for limit testers to be able to access that Dragon Pit. As you know, it opens up into their side of the river, so it's a bit of a walk around there for your Nightmares, and it is going to be engaged upon by Luckman as an Olaf. It's absolutely something that you can do early on. We'll see if your Nightmares has any response. There is a ward, or there was a ward in the tri-bush there. It has just now expired. Pistachio avoiding Clorox on the Rocks' binding there, and really not much that can be done in this instance. It was a nice attempt to throw down the Tormented Soil, or I forget the new name for Tormented Soil, but that first dragon is going to go over to Limit Testers, and they are now finding everything that they need. Dang, at full health, Aurelion Sun having to flash away at almost no health is really struggling in this top lane, and Set is just not something that you want to go against no matter who you are, but as a Shen in particular, you don't have a ton of survivability early on, and there's so much damage coming out from Dang, so even if you try to play aggressively, it's not going to end up working out in your favor. And it looks like now Dang is going to be able to find himself some plates here. Gold advantage creeping slowly towards Limit Tester's side. Dang has constant push on this lane as well, not just in terms of getting the kills and picking those up, but actually removing plates. We're almost down to a single plate here in this top side. He's going to leave it with just a little bit more than that. You're back! Oh my god, why did it?
Oh my god, I'm so sorry!
The ultimate coming out now from the Ornn, as Luck is going to be the target for these three members of Limit Tester. Sign Me Up is going to find out Luckman and get exhausted though, and that is just ridiculous in the game right now. The polymorph to follow it up onto the Kha'Zix is very tough for him to re-engage on. Rikolu in the back line, though, gets taken down by Solari's Revenge, and there it is! The Lux ultimate from Dopa Mini taking down almost two members. Sign Me Up barely staying alive, and, you know, they're Kha'Zix, so they can escape from most anything. Kari's back, though.
How did Dopa Mini get Lux? How did that happen again? Why did that happen?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
I mean, it was easy. There was no ban on Lux. Most of the bans were focusing towards the jungle side, actually.
Damn.
That's why you can see a Kha'Zix and an Olaf, who we haven't seen either of in these games at all.
Yeah, I like to see
so that's
the
really
force.
interesting. So you actually missed
Okay.
the very first minute of the game.
Yep.
Less than 1 minute in, Sign Me Up got a double kill.
Oh, Sign Me Up's so good!
They expanded a few things, but then in retaliation, Dang has just been destroying Aurelion Sun in this top lane. So much pressure, already almost has the first tower in just 8.5 minutes, and is down to, you know, just one and maybe a half plates here. So a lot of really good retaliation coming from Limit Testers. They now have the gold advantage, and they also got a really good engage in the bottom side.
Yeah, it looks like there's a replay here in top. Maybe I can narrate this one for myself. They're going out here. Ding Dong Mew is keeping them in lane and kind of is drawing them out in sort of an engage, but
so rude.
Nothing super.
Rude.
So freaking rude. I can't even believe you would interrupt that teleport like that.
I know.
Luckman's just waiting for a pick here too, just kind of shady in the jungle. But doesn't actually get anything. But Sign Me Up is down here, maybe a little bit prone to an Olaf, but not an Olaf with full health. Let's be real. An Olaf with full health is not really any sort of thing to be scared of. But
yeah, there's a lot of damage though coming out from this Kha'Zix. Keep in mind, 3-0-0 at the moment, so has the Caulfield's Warhammer, and definitely has the potential to do a lot of burst damage. And that's kind of the name of the game here.
You
for this
said
team.
that, yeah.
So picked up the 2, and then managed to actually come and invade the mid lane just like a minute after that. So I think at 3 minutes had 3-0-0. So a really, really impressive engage there. And now they're down to just a single plate in the top lane. This poor Aurelion Sun has just been aggressed on so hard from Dang.
Sweet, gentle Aurelion Sun, who was a support in the last few games here, struggling on that Shen. We have seen an incredible Shen from Arthidius, but it seems like Dang doesn't care at all, is honestly just killing it up here on the set in top lane. I really like to see that kind of aggression on set too. That's really the only way that he's completely useful, is if you continue to keep on that pressure. By the way, Jolly, appreciate you so much subbing for me. If we could have the opposite of a sponsor, it would be Xfinity, because I cannot believe just the absolute trash.
I didn't want to call them out right now, just in case it wasn't the case.
Yeah, it was
but I figured that was the case. So luckily, I mean, hopefully we stick around.
I will.
You know, I can just talk. I can talk these guys' ears. I'm already losing it.
Yeah, I know. I've left you alone for too long. You're losing your mind.
I know. It's true. Luckily, I do color, and apparently now I do play-by-play. That's actually new for me for this. So, I'll just need some hot tea.
Yeah, absolutely. Truly incredible performance by Jolly. If I could have some storyboards of
hear it.
Yeah.
I struggle. Oh, Solaris Revenge picking up the one. Sign me up. Is going to use the flash over that wall to try to follow up Dopamini, and there was nothing really gained from that.
No, I feel like Sign Me Up kind of heard us talking about how they've switched roles and we might not be super confident in their jungle skills, and was like, I will show you that I can do a thing. A 200 gold bounty, 3-0, taking this dragon as well, but Dopamini is putting the hurt on this team and putting some pressure on. Good to see that the first thing that I saw was Final Spark when I logged in. I want you to know that. That was like, the screen was already lighting up and I was like, God damn it. They didn't ban Dopamini's Lux. Like, I knew it immediately when I logged in.
You said it, and I said it too when they locked that in. I was like, well, Kari told you, but you know, you didn't ban it out. Dopamini did get the Lux, and that is going to be unfortunate for your nightmares. Solari's Revenge ended up, having the first two bans, the Cassiopeia and the LeBlanc, and then I think there may have been one more, but the Anivia has worked really, really well in the past. There was actually a really poor, it was just a struggle play though, where Solari's Revenge tried to help out the two members down in the bottom lane and couldn't really decide whether to engage or disengage. Ended up trying to disengage and just immediately lost their life and their passive.
Oof, big bummer when that egg gets cracked. I really hate to see that on an Anivia. People forget about the egg though and then just walk away. We do have Luckman popping a Shelly, Rift Herald here in the middle. Solaris Revenge is getting camped really hard. This is rough. Got that ARAM situation going here, but definitely actually is doing a very successful 1v3 up until they got grabbed by Dang and pulled out.
Slick.
Yeah,
I will say that was very risky from Dang to engage that bar and take that much damage, and that is going to be the reason why Sign Me Up instantly able to just retaliate, and so much damage coming from Sign Me Up right now. 4-0-1, and they are just gonna burn as much lethality as they possibly can.
Big bummer. I do love how mobile Kha'Zix is, and I think that will serve Sign Me Up. It already has, obviously, like that ability to be almost everywhere on the map and travel pretty quickly, but also getting those individual picks, you know, that extra damage when you're alone with your target seems to have absolutely aided to that double kill at the beginning of the game, which I'm so sad I missed that. I'll have to rewatch this after.
I gotta rewatch. It was nuts.
It was nuts.
It was, and it was a couple stuns back to back, you know, it was really unfortunate for Limit Testers, but then Limit Testers instantly was like, okay, that's not gonna set us that far back. We're totally fine. Immediately found themselves the gold advantage and a really good push down to the bottom lane. Yeah,
and they still have the gold advantage despite being behind on kills. They don't care at all. They're still 2k ahead here, which is, I think, this is actually a common theme that we've seen before with Limit Testers, is despite not focusing on kills, which I think is relatively intelligent, they manage to keep up in gold. And that has happened for multiple games where you'll see like 5, 6, even sometimes we saw 11 deaths between, but they still had a gold lead, and they just do that through objectives, through farming. I mean, while other teams are roaming around, they're just sitting in their lane, you know. I mean, what is it, like 2 waves are worth 1 kill anyway? So I mean, if you do the math, if you hedge your bets and you make sure you rotate with your team, kills don't necessarily have to be the end all be all, and I think Limit Testers actually really excels at that, and focusing on the teamwork and the rotating has been very good to them. Love to see Luckman here. Just try to do something sneaky, maybe continue to torture Aurelian Soul, who probably already feels not so great, considering the situation. Dang is on the top of his game. I am extremely impressed with what they have done these last 2 games have been incredible, and I think that will continue. But it does look like Sign Me Up maybe got caught out a bit, but Solaris Revenge does have that wall to separate Dopamini, but that Final Spark does come through regardless. Plus, when Luckman has that low health, does get a massive damage spike. So, I mean, if you don't kill Olaf, Pistachio goes down. So, literally just melted into the ground, unfortunately. That's kind of the scary part about Olaf, right? Is that sort of like berserker rage that happens and makes it really, really difficult. If you don't take him out with some sort of burst, he'll just continue to take out your team and keep that low health. It makes you feel like it's a trap. Olaf is really like one of the better trap characters, where you think you've got him and then he's killed your whole team 1v5. So let's watch a replay of that on bot there. Clorix on the rocks manages to get a hook there And they actually, it's really nice to see, look, picking up a kill from Ryoklu. Did that happen at the same time? It does look like it happened at the same time that we were having that mid-skirmish as well. Yeah, Rough, let me take a look at the bot score since I'm not quite caught up there either. Okay, alright, very nice, very good. It looks like Look has been a solid addition to the team so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I really like to see that Ezreal and Ryoklu. Pistachio did get the Lulu. That's nice that nobody pettily banned that one out. And Morgana, one of our favorites, absolutely on Clorox on the Rocks. Really great. Good compositions. You must have been really, I mean, you had a lot to talk about at least, right?
Yeah, oh, I did. And then it, you know, crazy things happened the first like 2 minutes, and then I had like 4 minutes of kind of nothing. It has been like, of all the games, the action started before the first minute even passed. So there was absolutely a lot to talk about for sure.
Glad to hear it. Yeah, definitely having a little dragon dance here with
there it is. The wall is going to prevent Pistachio from moving back. Look, has to flash out and still gets taken down by the Olaf, who flashes in response there. Dopamini on the backside picking up a double kill. And there, the taunt to try to prevent Dopamini from escaping from this fight does not work out. Luckman finds one. Dopamini gets the triple kill. A very clean ace of 5 for 2 in favor of Limit Testers.
Wow, they took that vacation. They did some self-care, maybe did a couple of bath bombs. You don't know what happened while they were gone, but something very, very good happened for Limit Testers there with Dopamini on that Lux. I don't think that's ever going to happen again. I don't know if Dopamini's ever going to get that Lux, so enjoy it now while you can, because that's been a huge pain in the ass for every single team that's had to come across it. The 5-1-5 with a 500 gold bounty, plus the 550 gold bounty on Olaf. There's definitely some hurt being put on your Nightmares here with Shelly in the bot lane.
Forgetting about it, too.
Yeah.
You know, the banning the Lux. We haven't really seen many bans from the Lux. Ooh, the ultimate and the stopwatch coming out there from Clorox on the Rocks is setting up, potentially for a good kill. Oof. But she goes down in the process. Unfortunate for your Nightmares.
Yeah, definitely an oversight there, but you know, you gotta pop that off. You always feel so invincible, but we forget that Shelly has been nerfed significantly multiple times. Not the same powerhouse that it used to be that kind of was like a helpful other. Now is just kind of like negligible and doesn't really provide as much cover. But Ryoklu definitely has been performing very well. I see that 2, 3, and 5. Seen a lot of action bot lane. That seems to have been happening a ton. And Aurelion Sun is running away from Dang. Oh no, that's such a bummer that top lane without that tower doesn't feel safe enough to even be up there alone with Dang. I wouldn't either. I wouldn't want to be, especially with Luckman roaming around. It's a pretty rough lane for Aurelion Sun.
Just look at the vision right now on board.
Yeah.
Your Nightmare's entire bottom jungle side is layered with wards, and then there are a couple deep wards towards the top side as well that were put out from Limit Testers. And that has been actually huge from the first game that we saw against Ara. Even when they were in the base, they were buying a ton of wards and placing wards absolutely everywhere. That has become a norm for them, and I absolutely adore it.
Yeah.
Communication and vision are the two big things at the top of the list for me in terms of teams being consistently successful. That leads to you being able to make, you know, really, really reliable plays and confident plays as well.
You heard it here first, folks. Big brain plays equals wards, and I completely agree with that. That's 100%. That's the most basic tenet of this game. You want the wards, you want that vision, you want the counter vision. Aurelion Sun coming here, trying to get that revenge on Dang with Sign Me Up flanking in the back here, but gets picked up by Dang, and then has a shield to contend with as well. Looks like they're trying to get that extra shield from their ult, and it worked. It did work. It aided them in that. Yeah, that was actually kind of stylish. A very interesting way to use that ult, just for the extra shield, honestly.
Sign Me Up almost getting found out there.
Yeah, I like the fact that they use that to basically save Sign Me Up from an untimely death, which is important because they are the most fed member of this team, even though they don't have a bounty. Yeah, I would hate to see them perish in the flames there. Limit Testers is putting on the pressure though with all of these objectives. 4 towers? Are you kidding me? That's rough. That is incredibly rough for the side of your Nightmares. But I also see the implicit control that your Nightmares is trying to exercise over their recovery here. They're definitely not making very many mistakes. I mean, the engages that they are making are relatively safe. Vision and counter vision, and it's not incredible, but it is on this lower side of the map as it should be because that's what the phase of the game that we're in. But they do have some counter vision here. They really, really do. And they are at least keeping their side of the map, which is, you know, just past the river. Very, very well controlled. So while they're not overextending either, I do like that. I like that they have the vision on the parts of the map that they can control. And you see that there, like I said, Limit Testers has control of the map just past the river on the blue side. So it's good to see that they are at least trying to maintain that control. And you can see them. They're making all of these very measured calls. They're gathering resources in the time that they aren't fighting over certain objectives. Dragon is going to be spawning here in a minute, though, and that's going to cause some very great upset, I think, depending on how they try to engage and what they decide to do.
Sorry, that ward plays hilarious. Like, yeah, okay, over the. Oh no, it's on my side. Okay, here's another one. Luckily,
Yes.
they've got plenty of wards there. Reliant Sun, though, may be engaged on the polymorph to prevent any dashing away. And now it's just going to be a turn and an attempt to retaliate as the remainder of the team comes down. Clorox on the rocks using a great ultimate and a fantastic stopwatch. Is going to get one of the stuns. Can't be disabled, unfortunately, there for the Olaf. And he deals so much damage before going down in that fight. And now your Nightmares are on the run. Once again, a little bit unsure whether or not they should really engage on that fight. And too deep of an engage from one or two members.
Yeah, super difficult for your Nightmares to contend with, but Dopamini doesn't realize how very fragile they are. Having not had a lot of loss in this game at all, they finally suffered their second death at the hands of Sign Me Up, who is extremely beefy. Sign Me Up is a beefy boy, a beefy bug boy, and absolutely could have taken out Dopamini and did so. So we've got Dank here just zoning them away from the objective. This is actually a hilarious tactic, the same one that your Nightmares uses to secure objectives as well, is by sending somebody who's fed out there to zone. So Aurelian Sun gets caught out, and Ryoklu there manages to secure the kill, but Clorox on the Rocks comes in with that hourglass, and they have a really difficult time pivoting, but Dopamini turns and uses that final spark, and to no avail, unfortunately, gets shut down by Solaris Revenge, and then things start to turn. The tide turns really, really hard against them, with Dank securing 2 kills as well in that replay. Rough, really rough. It looked like, especially when Clorox on the Rocks did that incredible Zonya's, making it difficult for them to pivot in terms of damage. Dopamini kind of woke them up and said, hey guys, we're still fighting, don't touch that Morgana, just ignore her, we're gonna final spark these guys, and they managed to pivot quick enough to do enough damage. I really do enjoy the Zonya's Hourglass just for the psychological effect it does have on people, and they're like, what? We were about to secure that Morgana kill and now we have to pivot. Emotionally, mentally, and physically.
Yeah, and plus for her ultimate, I mean, it's definitely
Incredible.
necessary, being able to survive through the duration until you can get the lockdown on those champions. And it was a good attempt at that, but just not finding the follow-up necessary there for the rest of the team to make it through. And again, so much vision being placed down, so these guys know exactly when your Nightmares decide to potentially turn on these fights. If they find a pick, and the rest of your Nightmares are like, all right, we can do it. Here, it looks like they want to engage on Dang. That's a lot of damage, and they are blocked off by the Aurelia wall. But oh my gosh, that was a lot from the final spark. That was several members there of your Nightmares who got picked up. Solaris Revenge just trying to find positioning here to not get caught out and to also deal a little bit of damage. But that is 4 members of Limit Testers who are sitting at full health.
I'm actually really proud of your Nightmares for taking that, maybe trying to get one last pick with the Anivia Ice Wall, realizing that they can't do a full-on team fight without Sign Me Up, and then just backing out. Very good, solid prowess. That's what we want to see from your Nightmares. Your Nightmares is really good at the continual pressure and the psychological baits, but as far as like self-control when they're losing, it's up. I mean, we haven't seen them lose a lot, so watching their incredible ability to try to recover, they have slowed down this game effectively. There hasn't been a lot of action. There hasn't been a full-on Acer team fight. I think that it does stand to reason that your Nightmares is slowing this game down and attempting to regain control of the map. You can see them. They're kind of licking their wounds. They're gathering resources here. But of course, the other team is as well. It's just a matter of any of these objectives coming up or tower pressure forcing a team fight. So your Nightmares doing a great job of slowing the map down, slowing the game down, trying to kind of get a recovery. And I mean, if you think about it, a 6K gold disparity at 25 minutes is not that high. It can absolutely change. The tides can turn. As these death timers go up, things get really nasty. It doesn't necessarily matter if you're 10K behind. If you can get an ace or a couple good picks and a Baron, you can end the game. So we do have a bit of a tentative Baron dance happening with Dang on bot likely trying to draw resources away from Baron on behalf of his team. I don't know if your Nightmares will fall for the same tactic that they always use,
There
the
is an
zoning.
engage, though.
Yeah, there definitely
it looks
is
like
some
a
damage
potential
being put
engage.
up.
Sign Me Up took quite a bit of damage on that one.
And you do have Dang still putting pressure on bot, and it doesn't really matter if they answer to that or not, because they're going to have to. That Baron dance can't go on forever, and I don't think that they have really the ability to choose between the two. One of those things is going to have to give. They've decided to ignore Dang as he pushes into their base and chase off Luckman to keep that Baron objective secured, but at what cost, honestly? Are they actually going to get this Baron? Does Limit Testers even have the ability to get this Baron? We do see Aurelion Sun there teleporting down to Dang, but has been menaced by him the entire game. Dopamine gets caught out, which is absolutely not in the favor of Limit Testers. We do have the game. It has been paused right now, so we'll have to see. We do have a 20-minute, I believe, pause time allotted for each team. That seems really long. Yeah, it seems really long to me. I don't know if that's a function of the game or if that's actually part of the rules, but we do have a fair amount of pause time. 20 minutes sounds like way too much for that.
Yeah, well, the game itself obviously is, we can see the timer counting down here. It looks like it was a disconnect there from Clorox on the rocks, who has hopefully reconnected. Not a great time to disconnect, but, it could be worse, as Your Nightmares did just pick up that kill onto Dopamini.
Yeah. Oh, geez. I think that a lot of this also has to do with technical issues on the side of the teams. It's not just us, or it's not just production. I mean, we've all seemed to have had some really serious connection issues just between all of us here. I don't know necessarily what that is. I mean, it's a full moon. I don't know. It could be. But I'm actually really interested in how Dopamini got that Lux again. It's kind of funny. It looks like we have been unpaused and we're resuming the game here at a very tense moment of the game as well. Dang, menacing Aurelion Sun. Yeah, that's rough.
Oh, he did get taken down! Dang! Too little, too far.
You're
does realize that Aurelion Sun heals on that base, right? That was you would have had him if she wasn't healing on the base there. So she manages to get the flash out and the pickup on the kill.
An absolutely beautiful performance by Aurelion
There it is,
Sun.
and they did get the Baron. So while you were like, I don't know what's going on, I don't know what they're doing. Well, it did work out. They lost an inhibitor though, as well as that inhibitor turret. And they ended up getting the kill, I suppose, from Aurelion Sun, who was still alive during that time.
Yeah, they have a really vulnerable base right now. What they do next is going to hinge on the rest of the game for them. Honestly, the Baron buff is going to aid to them, because if you look, your Nightmares doesn't have any towers. So Baron is the thirsty, the water that they needed in the desert, 100%. But then you also have this dragon objective here, and if Limit Testers has their priorities in line, they will waste your Nightmares Baron buff. They will do some silly little things here and there and really try and waste their Baron buff. And I mean, they're trying to bait them into this dragon right now. I personally think your Nightmares should give up that dragon and start pushing with that Baron buff, because it's useless at dragon, but they may be successfing. They have had one good team fight, but Look is actually getting targeted out by Dang, and it looks like it was successful. Dang did manage to secure Dang did manage to secure Look, as well as Clorox on the rocks. So it's difficult losing those two Baron buffs when you needed them the most. But they did get the dragon, actually. Is that what I'm seeing correctly?
They did.
Oh,
Hold up. What? How Your Nightmares managed to snag that? It was not Sign Me Up, obviously.
Yeah.
Who picked that one up? I am actually not sure exactly how that happened, because we had moved on, to the fight behind the pit there.
Yeah.
So it is another Mountain Drake. That's certainly going to help with Your Nightmares pressure that they are trying to put. They have 0 towers at the moment, up to 6 towers that Limit Testers currently have. That gold differential isn't too insane right now, though. It's definitely one of the closest that we've seen at this point in the game. We're getting close to 30 minutes here. So there's a lot of potential for these guys if they keep making solid picks, for Your Nightmares making solid picks and pushing lanes well enough. Limit Testers might not have as big of an advantage as they think.
Let's go back to that dragon there and see what happens. Take a look. It does look like Sign Me Up is actually there and does manage to secure that. Yeah. The mobility of Kha'Zix does make it difficult to keep track there, but Dopamine
We
does
saw that.
manage
We
to
had
take
vision
out
on that.
Clorox. Yeah,
I wasn't paying attention. I guess at that point I had been focusing towards the bottom side to see if
Absolutely.
Dang was capable of really
Yeah.
doing anything. And we saw Clorox on the rocks actually holding them back as well. She ended up going down in that fight, burning the Zonias. I mean, no ultimate, I think, even available during that fight actually to attempt on it.
Yeah.
But the sacrifice may have been worth it. However, she did lose that Baron bone.
I actually took a peek at Twitch chat on my way in, and somebody did mention that Clorox on the Rocks as Morgana is very clean, and they are.
Oh yeah.
I think it is to be said that KDA doesn't matter when you're a support. They are absolutely the MVP of this. They are exactly where they need to be, and they know exactly when to die and take damage for their team, as well as function as a distraction. So Clorox on the Rocks absolutely putting on a great performance here, despite some very overwhelming odds. I think that those 6 deaths have all been purposeful and worthwhile. So we do have Aurelion Sun here getting chased down by 3 members, Luckman, Pistachio, and Rio Clue as well. So that's an unfortunate thing to have happen. And there isn't anything else really to secure as far as that death goes. The rest of the team isn't necessarily cohesively focused on pressure because they already have that massive barrier that is Dang standing between them and pushing top. And then you've got Dopamine, who is just disgusting wave clear in mid. So no real ins there, but Aurelion Sun did manage to take some pressure off and allow for Solaris and Dang to have a bit of a one-off here while Clorox on the Rocks comes in. Oh, we've got another clutch stopwatch there as well. Dang is actually really just an absolute monolith. Yeah,
oh my! Like a set has so much life steal. You got Death Stance on 2 members, and it's the 2 tanky members here of the team. They're dealing a ton of damage, and look, almost secured that actually. With the ultimate. Dang, it's gonna go! Dang, there it is! Dang did end up going down. Look, was able to get that kill, and in the meantime, Limit Testers have invaded Your Nightmare's base and almost taken down one of their Nexus turrets. Unstoppability there coming out, and a flash out onto the back line there from Luckman, who gets taunted instantly by Aurelion Sun, manages to get back into the fight. Pistachio is going to be the next target, and a double kill going over to sign me up. So, successful fight on both sides of the map there for Your Nightmares.
Yeah, I really, you love to see it. I'm, for a player we've never seen before, Look now absolutely has the apple of our eye for the moment. That was something to behold. Really interesting, but also, Dang coming in there with that lifesteal, that was absolutely, I didn't mean to say no. I mean, obviously I'm not for any team, but I would like to have seen the little ADC take on the Goliath Dang, and that is actually in essence what happened, but at what cost? What they lost Solaris Revenge as well in that situation, as well as Clorox on the Rocks. So a 1v3 did end up with that one dying. Dang, but held their own, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely held their own. Did a spectacular job here earlier on.
I thought I disconnected again.
It was a very good attempt with that lifesteal recognizing, and then, recognizing, okay, I need to disengage, I need to re-engage, I need to disengage. That back and forth that both the Jinx and Dang were having. Both of them were like, I don't know exactly what to do here, and they disengaged and re-engaged at the right times, but the Jinx ended up being successful in that one. So Look, really, really doing a great job. She has come out of nowhere and certainly impressing us here. And Dang is one of the ones that you want to get taken down pretty quickly on. But the Death Stance is only going to hurt Your Nightmares as the game progresses. You've got an Olaf and a Set who still have items to build at this point. And while the gold isn't very far in Limit Tester's favor, I think it's under 5k now at this point, it is enough that they have a little bit of a benefit on that front line. And we saw exactly how that pans out when you have Dang distracting Look towards the top side and 3 or 4 members there of the rest of Limit Testers pushing into the base of Your Nightmares.
Yeah, it's some intimidating stuff too. I mean, the lack of towers on Your Nightmare side makes it really hard. Like, despite the fact that they have just fought and clawed to keep that gold differential as slow or as low as possible, they don't have the safety in farming. So I mean, they have been warding a ton. They have been doing a lot of counter vision to make sure that they can keep farming safely, getting resources safely, managing to challenge for objectives. That dragon, you and I were both really shocked to see that they were the ones who walked away with it. And that's how they're keeping this gold really close, even though they don't have any. I don't think they have any towers yet still in the game. And that's been really rough for them because
it has been.
Yeah, they're just putting in extra effort to try to I mean, it is a testament to how good your nightmares are, but how did they get in this spot in the first place? That's the rough part, is that they're in self-preservation mode and they're doing an incredible job of it, but they have to get some towers soon because they can't keep this up forever.
Especially with their base already having been invaded, one of their Nexus towers is down, and Dang is finding so many opportunities to either distract one of the members or to push a lane while the other 4 members of Limit Testers are off, focusing on an objective or doing something else. And so it's working in every aspect there. And the longer this game goes on, the more difficult it's going to be for your Nightmares, especially with the fact that if they have a successful fight, which it would be very difficult to get an ace just based on that Olaf and that set on the front line, unless you pick them out, unless you split them up. If they both fully engage, it's hard to take them both down. So unless you get an ace, there's really not a good way for them to get a solid push in response to take down a couple towers. They have the ability to. They have the damage. They've got 2 mountain drakes. But it's the opportunity to actually utilize that kind of thing to focus objectives or to progress towards winning the game that they're really being stalled on.
Yeah, it is so hard to watch because you can tell the way that they're managing to stay afloat is, especially for this long, considering that they don't have any towers, it's a testament to how skilled they are as players. But the fact that they've just kind of let these little, it's the same thing that they do to other teams. They take these little advantages and whittle them away and whittle them down. And now your Nightmares finds themselves on the other side of that, having whittled themselves into a 6-0 tower difference. Really, just, it's hard to watch, it's hard to see. But I do think that your Nightmares drawing this game out for as long as possible does lengthen their ability to win. So I mean, those death timers do come in clutch, and your Nightmares is really good with that team effort, finding those little picks, finding that one team fight that can guarantee them the win to secure. It's also been turned on them before by Limit Testers. So we're looking at 2 teams that are extremely evenly matched. We're really lucky as casters to have such great teams to cast for, because I think that just a deep amount of respect exists between these 2 teams and their ability to execute their own tactics against each other. Really good stuff. Really good stuff.
Yes. And the game, obviously, we're looking at least a 35-minute game. I'm not sure exactly what the time is that we're on right now, but we're over 30 minutes for sure. And these little pushes that Limit Testers keep utilizing are certainly working. I'm very worried for your Nightmares because, as time goes on, yes, they do have more opportunities to work their magic and to maybe find out Limit Testers when they've split themselves up, or maybe if one of the members is a little overconfident and steps out of line, they really take advantage of that and they can find those advantages. But again, the front line of Set and Olaf and the split push ability with their entire team makes everything so difficult. And if they do, I reiterate too, if they do find themselves an ace, if they do find themselves a really successful fight, an ace, I think, is the only way that they can possibly really retaliate to this. But it's going to be so tough to do with the split push composition that these guys are using, that Limit Testers are using. So to get all 5 members in one area at this late in the game almost never happens when you've got a Set and an Olaf on the team. You're going to have one person pushing, 4 people going for Baron or a big objective or something like that, or pushing in 2 lanes or 3 separate lanes. And so they're making it very difficult for your Nightmares to get their fingernails under anything to hold on. It's barely, a little grip, but it's slowly ticking away. It's not going to happen. I mean, it's possible if they make a misplay, that it'll just be a very quick ending that we see. But it is also very possible that we just get a teleport in from Set while people are distracted, and he does so much damage to all of these objectives. We already saw him be able to take down an inhibitor and 1 tower while a couple of members were distracting the remainder around the Baron pit. And even though your Nightmares may have been successful in that long run because they did, take away a few of those members and they were able to engage on that Baron and pick up the Baron there, they lost so much for it. And those little wins, just like you said, those little wins is what Limit Testers are using to get the big W at the end.
Yeah, and it's funny. Now that I think about it, these teams are really interesting because your Nightmares really does use team interaction, team fights, and psychological tricks to get other teams to just kind of get sloppy and lose their edge. Whereas Limit Testers is hyper-focused on objectives. Have you noticed that? Like, that is the massive difference between, they do have similar play styles, similar tactics, but Limited Testers is so singularly focused on these objectives, specifically the ones that win the game, the towers, whereas Your Nightmares really does like to kind of like play the yakety sacks, run them around the map. And so it's definitely a really interesting game to watch how these two teams value different strategies to win. And I didn't really think about it before, but Limit Testers really does have these high gold. They keep the gold disparity really, really low, but generally don't have high death counts on the other team, high kill counts on the other team. And I think that's a really interesting change of pace, especially because a lot of the playstyles do match Your Nightmares. They just happen to be better than a lot of teams at it. But Limit Testers has a different priority in general, and the tankiness of that team. You're right, that front line, it is coming down to utility. It's starting to whittle down to that utility, especially with this dragon fight here. I don't know how wise it is for Limit Testers to try to engage on this, but they want it really bad. Another Mountain Drake would do them very well. And getting that pick.
Getting a flash over the wall there. That was solid. And I think the biggest thing, too, the lifesteal. You know, the only really tanky member you have on Your Nightmares is Aurelion Sun, who's not going to do a lot of damage, and he's the one that gets jumped on in the front line. On the backside, though, Dang finds out 4 different members. There's going to be Clorox on the rocks trying to use that ultimate, and the Zonias to follow it up. Aurelion Sun taking so much damage there. The Black Shield going out and not being popped. And Solari's Revenge trying to maybe distract the enemy team here and try to pull them away from the rest of the team, because those death timers are so high now at this point in the game. Ryoklu is going to pick up that kill, but you're looking at almost a minute of staring at a gray screen after you die at this point, so probably a smart move from Your Nightmares. I mean, maybe not the best move to just engage on that in general, but a smart move to have the disengage and only allow 2 members to go down, 3 members.
Listen, I'm on Facebook right now making the Solaris Revenge fan page. You don't have to tell me twice. I think that was an extremely selfless and incredibly intelligent move to signal to the rest of the team, I'm taking them over here, please leave. Like, it's very, like, it was obviously some communication there, and live to fight another day. So Solaris Revenge still has that 16-second death count, and they're starting a Baron dance here, but at what cost? What can they really do in the face of this kind of sheer raw tanking? Sign Me Up really trying to use that mobility to draw them off the Baron, kind of trick them out of it, taking that extra Baron damage, but Dang is so good at zoning them right now. You're right, that lifesteal is coming in clutch and making it extremely difficult for them to challenge. Sign Me Up versus all of these tanks here. It's become an incredibly difficult time with Aurelion Sun, who really doesn't have the ability to challenge Olaf, doesn't have the ability to challenge Set. It's definitely a rough ride for Your Nightmares, but it's not over. It's certainly not over, and we have seen Your Nightmares pull some finesse moves, but I don't think we've ever had a day this dark for them, where we have seen them come out clutch. So Limit Testers definitely putting on the pressure, definitely keeping a very stalwart, slow map control. Listen, it's not flashy and it's not full of team fights, but what Limit Testers does is very, very well controlled and objective focused, and it is working against the Your Nightmares kind of flashy Solaris Revenge style. I think right now the best that they can do is get a pick behind that ice wall with Anivia, and maybe grab one of those for themselves. That's probably going to be the best bet. Dang here on the side trying to flank as well, but gets caught out by Sign Me Up, who's feeling a little bit ambitious here by hopping into that bush. Clorox on the rocks as well, coming back with Dang trying to clear out any sort of warding they have. They wanna focus on Dang here, and it's looking to start working, but again, it always seems to work for a minute, and then that lifesteal comes up. He's a terrible thing to focus, but Diz actually end up going down to look. That's a great way to make that happen, especially because Dang's team did not engage as aggressively as they should. And again, Limit Tester's downfall. Dopamini does manage to take out Sign Me Up, which is, once again, should have banned that Lux. But Solaris Revenge is on the side here, trying to do some CC so that they can actually kite Luckman out and get that kill. This is an incredible team fight, and once again, a testament to how well Your Nightmares does in team fights and how much Limit Testers probably still needs to work on that focus. Despite the difference in towers, the disparity in gold, Your Nightmares does a very admirable job of kiting, and Solaris Revenge gave it their all, but eventually gets caught out, and that's going to allow them to take that bottom Nexus turret. And honestly, I think
actually,
they did the best
because
they could.
with 20 seconds on Sign Me Up is the first one to have gone down there, and Clorox on the Rocks and Look being the only 2 members here available. Luckman back at full health because, you know, it's an Olaf and that's part of the kit. There it is. Cleaning up the last two is going to give them an ace and also give them that big W they've been looking for 37 minutes. Limit Testers making their way to the finals tonight.
37 minutes. It didn't feel like 37 minutes because I missed
gone
about
for 10
14 of those minutes. Yeah, so probably, what, a 20-minute game for me, a 37-minute game for you?
It felt like a 50-minute game for me, to be honest.
Yeah, for real, though.
That was a long one. They dragged it out as long as possible, but like I said, the composition just made it almost impossible for them to really come back, even taking down the set. When you have a set and an Olaf, you have the Guardian Angel on the Olaf too. We saw there at the end, they're like, we got it. We got the 2 tanks. We got the 2 life stealers. Oh no, he's got a GA. And so there's not much that you can do to come back from that. So Limit Testers are going to be moving on to the finals. Once again, we're going to see, we've had a lot of deja vu moments tonight, because we're going to be seeing Limit Testers going up against Sailor Scouts, just like your Nightmares went up against Sailor Scouts last week as one of the reigning champions there. So I am absolutely stoked to see this matchup because these are 2 of the teams that have grown the most for sure over this time. And now Sailor Scouts having the opportunity to watch this last game, kind of see maybe what to ban away, what went well there for Limit Testers after 37 minutes it's going to be, I wouldn't be surprised if we see another 37-minute game or something even longer because of the play styles of both of these teams and the comeback ability of everyone. We are going to take a quick break, maybe give me a little bit of a breather, and we are going to return with the last game, the final game here today. It will be Sailor Scouts up against Limit Testers for that first place in Week 6 of the Supergirl Gamer Pro Tournament.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this.
Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you?
You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
It's not just the ships, the armor, or the aircraft. It's something more. It's the will to fight and determination to win, found inside each and every Marine that answers a nation's call. Battles won.
Why don't you give us the whole thing? Hey, how's it going?
Hey, we are back. Thank you guys for sticking with us. It has been a long night. You know, we've had a few pauses. We've had a few technical issues to start out the night. And then we just ended the semifinals with an insanely long game that Limit Testers ended up taking over your Nightmares, who held off so long on losing their Nexus there. Ended up not being able to save it in the long run. Those death timers just a little too long towards the end. So we have one more amazing game in store for you guys. And, you know, potentially expect a long one. This could either be the shortest game we've ever seen or the longest game. I don't think there's any in-between possibility. I think that is what this is going to spill out to. Limit Testers going up against Sailor Scouts, two of, I mean, the recent weeks, definitely the biggest teams, but really teams that have shown an immense amount of growth. We saw so many times Limit Testers go into your Nightmares and not really find their heads, not really find what exactly works well against them. And it's almost as if these teams have kind of taken the strategies of Your Nightmares and implemented them into their own gameplay. So we're going to see how things pan out. You know what? If we've got, I don't want to put it on you of like, oh, let's predict. But if you were to say who you think would might end up taking this one, who do you think currently, with these two teams facing each other, has a bit of a sway?
Gosh, it's hard to say. I do think, God, it's hard though because of how the last games went. Like the
I
Sailor
know.
Scouts did so
That's why I normally don't
good.
ask that question, but with these two teams in particular, especially with Limit Testers being gone last week, we weren't able to see exactly how they would have impacted everything. For all we know, it would have been the exact same two teams in the finals last week if Limit Testers had been able to participate, but they weren't. So that's why I asked, because it is so difficult.
I do have it now. If they let Dopamine have Lux, they will lose.
Okay.
Seems pretty easy, right?
There you go.
Seems pretty easy. It's a good win condition.
Ban the Lux. Yeah, it does. Nothing else matters. I do also think Luckman has done an exceptional job.
Gosh.
And so that's going to be a point of contention. The jungle, which I know has been, we constantly talk about the jungle in the top lane. Certainly has been less of that this week. I would say the top lane has been less impactful in terms of deviating the sway of the outcome of the game. But the jungle certainly has been the main focal point, whether it's ganking, whether it's getting early kills before the game even freaking starts. Like, it doesn't matter. Jungle has been massive. And so we have two of the best junglers in here. Luckman going up against Flower, both of whom have an insanely deep champion pool and have the ability to really pull anything out. So I guess it's kind of another one of those, do they ban out jungles, or do they now just kind of focus on, no, I hate, my brain obviously comes up with words that don't really mean what I want to say, but the lesser lanes, not at all lesser lanes, but the less, the less impactful, and it's not always the case, but just this week, the less impactful lanes. What do you think the ban phase is going to look like?
Gosh, if I had to guess, I think that I think you're right about the jungle. It's so surreal though. It's so weird seeing such a jungle heavy meta right now. Like as a jungle main, I'm actually kind of a little emotional about it because it has been so many of the weeks. It's such a thankless role. If you win, nobody gives thanks to the jungler. It's usually the Chad ADC that gets it. And then or the faker mid. Right. And then if you lose, everybody dogpiles and blames the jungler.
Right. Where was the jungle? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And nobody ever blames the support. It kind of used to be that way, but supports can even feed and not really necessarily get blamed because people think they're weak, which they're not. Of course, we know that. But I do think jungle is going to be the name of the game. I think banning that Lux is going to be absolutely key. I think probably banning away of Volibear from Prothean and Dang is gonna need to be a necessary
from either
part
of them.
Yeah,
and maybe the Graves
as well
too.
Oh, and Graves.
Because the Graves for Luckman has certainly been a big one, and it was banned out last game, and we saw. So Luckman ended up getting forced onto the Olaf, and it worked out.
It
worked out very well for it.
And Hecarim probably. Maybe we'll see a Kayn ban. I think Kayn with Goldflower it's a match made in heaven. Kayn and Goldflower, so I think that might be one of the other things that they ban away as well. Neculine and Lilac Soul, I think will get the picks that they want. And the same with the bot lane on the other side. So I mean, I think the bot lanes are going to be. You're right. They're not lesser than. They're just at the moment with the current meta less impactful, less of a threat. I mean, we have seen a couple really good pentakills come out of this, and they have been ADC pentakills for the most part. Mordekaiser and ADCs. And so I think we probably will see a Mordekaiser ban if I had to guess, because both Prothean and Dang have used Mordekaiser to great success. Mm-hmm. And he is a kind of almost a hyper carry now. He's kind of replaced where Jax used to be in the meta. It's really interesting with that rework. Not too overpowered though. Definitely has been shut down a few times. I definitely remember a game, either it was with Prothean or Dang, where they struggled really hard with that Mordekaiser. That's the other thing too, though, is a lot of these comps are built around somebody being really successful. In the last one, Aurelion Sun, I don't think they realized how important that role was. that Shen did really need to be successful as the only viable tank on that team. And got really crushed, and so that was a really important role that just kind of got camped out of, got camped out into obscurity, despite them doing their best to keep up. So I'm looking forward to Alpha Male Jungler's return to see the re-rise of your nightmares.
Right.
But in the meantime, we definitely still have that jungle meta that everybody's keeping alive. That Alpha Male Jungler did start first, so I'm excited to see Goldflower and Luckman just slap
I think
fight.
Goldflower and Alpha Male Jungler were the two big, really big ones, because I think the biggest part about their standout performance for us wasn't even necessarily, a high KD or anything like that. It was that there was so much focus on them because they did so well directly from the start that they were banned out consistently, or we thought banned out. We said, okay, they've played this and this now, we'll ban all of it. And their champion pool has just emerged to be so incredibly deep that it really doesn't matter. Yes, it does impact the way the rest of the composition lines up. If you can get that Kayn, then you can play a lot more aggressive champions, for instance. But at the same time now, with the Set and Olaf, that specific lineup, actually, that might be something that needs to be banned out. One of those two, because that made the front line almost impossible. Again, the later the game gets with those two on board, the worse it's going to be for you, because their survivability is through the roof. And you would hate to take one of the, really aggressive champions and have to put them onto a more tanky champion, because aside from Olaf, you can't get more tank and lifesteal. That's literally his kit. That's all it is getting lifesteal back and getting tanky. And so having a Set on board with that certainly helped Dang. I think the Olaf kind of came from, I think, the combination of the two. I wouldn't say banning just the Olaf would work, because if it wasn't for the Set there, the Olaf wouldn't have been so insane later game. Still absolutely absurd later game, but wouldn't have been so impactful in those terms. It was the combination of those two. And I think that's what's really cool about the current meta. And that's what Riot has been trying to do with the game for the last couple of years. They even said with the patches, the patches that came out last year, the year before, everyone was like, what is going on with this game? It's changing completely. And they're like, just stick with us. Just hang in there. We're getting somewhere, but it's going to take time. And this is where they wanted to get, where somebody can't be banned out, where really things are focused on the composition, the communication between players, and organizing the right roster of not just people, but picking the right champions, going into the right champions is the biggest part of the game right now. And, while predicting from just the champ select is easy to do and doesn't always result in the outcome you expect, it's a lot more reliable than it used to be, because these champions really do their jobs now. They do what they're meant to do that they didn't really used to do. I would love to see like a random pocket pick as well come out. I like seeing the Olaf. We hadn't seen the Olaf at all. We hadn't seen the Kha'Zix. It was two brand new junglers, so that was actually really cool to see. So that would be something that would be pretty cool for me, but I really don't think we're going to get that, because we've already seen so many champs from both of these junglers.
Yeah, I really want to see a Mundo, and I just hope that it gets delivered to me on a silver platter, especially because Limit Testers, they brought in that tanky
Luckman, I think, does play Mundo.
We did see that gave me the idea, is when we were actually given the Luckman's OPGG. Ooh.
Yeah.
And we got to see kind of the play style there. So, Sailor Scouts would be good to ban Mundo, but I would like to actually see that, because I've seen some crazy tank-centric games, and if Limit Testers decides to go with that continued bully, bruiser, tank meta, that would be a really fun pick that would aid to them, especially if you're talking about lifesteal. That'll be a really nasty, disgusting pick. But the other thing, too, that we didn't necessarily touch on in the last game is that Aurelion Sun is not a top main, from what we can tell. Maybe they are, but I think Prothean will be a bit more of a challenge for Dang, as far as, I would say, probably one of the higher skill players on the Limit Tester side. So I'm really excited. So we actually, we've been having a little bit of a production thing, so we're going to have to actually analyze these all together now. We're not going to have the excitement of the staggered picks. So Jolly, I'm going to let you start off here on the Limit Tester side. Yeah, does that sound good?
Yeah, that sounds good. On the Limit side, so going over players first. Dang in the top lane, Luckman in the jungle, Dopamini in the mid lane, a Ryoklu on the ADC, and Pistachio there in the support role.
Yeah, Booty McCootie Pistachio, one of our favorites
Booty
now.
McCootie.
Yeah, has been a really fun support to watch these last few games. Really enjoyed it. On the red side, Sailor Scouts, Prothean on Darius, very good. I'm excited to see that one for sure. Goldflower on the Graves, Pan on the Aryan mid, Lilac Soul on that Jinx. Definitely switched it out. Looks like that Ashe got taken out from under them. And Neki Lime on our dear sweet Leona. It looks like the limit testers are not going to have an uncontested tank meta. That's over. That's not happening.
Right.
Yeah.
And that is definitely something that may end up going in their favor, as they do have a considerable amount more tank. I'm interested in the Dopa mini pick, though. We see the Senna come out. The first ban from Sailor Scouts, thank goodness, was the Lux. They did end up they did ban the Olaf, and look at that, they actually banned out the Mundo and the Trundle, so they specifically didn't want limit testers to have a super tanky composition there because of how well it worked when it got into the late game. So I think these guys are kind of expecting it to go to be, at least 30 minutes to get to be at that super later game point, or at least later than we've seen so far in the current, tournament roster that we've had currently. Yeah. So the Darius the Prothean into Dang will be an interesting matchup. We have yet to see the Volibear in this tournament in the jungle role, if I'm not mistaken. And we haven't seen, I think we saw Senna once as the ADC, I believe.
I do believe we did see that.
Yeah, I think so. But again, I mean, Ryoklu and Pistachio on that classic. It's not classic for these two players in particular. Pistachio is classic for the Nami, but Ryoklu as the newer member here for limit testers hopping in is picking up that Ashe. So it is a really solid composition here from limit testers. Sailor Scouts have a lot of burst, but they have a lot of potential towards the top side of the map to lose lives if there is a lot of focus there from limit testers.
Yeah, it's definitely it's like a really, really scary comp. Again, the Dopamini though, I'm genuinely like, that seems like almost impudent. It's like, oh, you're gonna ban away my Lux? All right, I'll throw a weird thing at you. You want a weird thing? I'll give it to you. So I'm excited to see how that goes as well. But you're right. I think that top is going to be sloppy. I don't think there's any way to it. Is there any way to avoid slaughter in top? Is there any way to really avoid a really messy, difficult game in top? No, absolutely not. With Dang and Prothean, who have proved to be really bloodthirsty, I think we're going to see some very exciting trades early on. If not, maybe, I don't know. None of these are really great invade comps, but potentially, I mean, from what we've got, I think one thing, a little bit of a disparity. Again, we've talked about how less impactful lanes. Bot lane definitely has less of an impact. I wonder if that's just a matter of perspective. If bot lane is actually tuned where it should be, and we're just so used to, once again, as I've said before, the Chad ADCs, the quarterback ADCs that really get all of this glory
so
and
evenly matched.
Yeah,
they're all so good at that phase that it's just not really coming to what we're used to. It's absolutely. That is definitely a huge possibility, of course, because they do become very impactful towards the end of the game.
Yeah.
It's just so much more of that front line, the really heavy damage that we're seeing from the top and the jungle. So it will be exciting to see now Neki Lime on the Leona, going into Pistachio, on the Nami, who has just worked out so incredibly well. But that Solar Flare is a great utility later game, just like the Tidal Wave is great utility later game. So I do like both of those going into this, and the Jinx has been fantastic as well. You've got the ultimates that are pretty similar, the Crystalline Arrow and the Super Mega Death Rocket. I always sit like that. I just have my legs curled up underneath me here, because I'm very used to that. So this composition, it's easier to do the prediction after the comp has been designated.
Truly.
And I actually do feel a slight lean towards limit testers composition, just because of that later game, that survivability, but also the early game pressure and the damage that it allows for. What do you think could go wrong for limit testers that would inevitably go right for Sailor Scouts?
Gosh, I was actually going to pick on Lilac Soul for not picking a higher range ADC with that Leona. I was hoping for a Caitlyn with that Jinx, but what can go, you're asking what can go wrong for Sailor Scouts and right, what can go wrong for limit testers and right for Sailor
I'm
Scouts.
saying I think that limit testers composition it might work out a little bit better, but what could, either go wrong for limit testers or go, that Sailor Scouts could pick out that would push things more in their favor?
Gosh, it's hard to tell. I feel like Sailor Scouts has a more meta-centric, strong comp. So you've got the Leona there, you've got the, oh man, it's so hard. This is so hard to analyze. I'm losing my mind now all of a sudden, just because it's such a, these are both such evenly matched teams. You're right, I do think Limit Tester's comp is stronger. I think it's stronger like it was in the last game. And I think that Sailor Scouts will struggle because of that. I think it's impossible for me to even try to represent the other side of the team because your analyzing is so good.
Sorry. I can actually answer my own question. You know what I realized?
I'm ready.
I think the Senna in the mid lane, if this does not go well, that could do it for limit testers as well. If Pan, who we know is an incredible Ahri player, if Pan is able to really take advantage of this and set Dopamini very far behind, that could lead to the rest of the game being a struggle for limit testers.
Damn, Jolly, the brain on you today. You've got the big brain analyzing. I really do. I feel so good about how you've analyzed these teams down. Limit Testers does have a stronger meta, but I mean, of course, it's anybody's game.
Right.
But still, you're right. The Senna, the off pick, we've never seen that on Dopamini before. Still a strong player, but is used to bursty big damage. So, I mean, how are they going to handle this single target, long range, single stun sort of? Well, it's not a single stun, but it is relatively difficult to get any sort of large burst there. So I think you're 100% right. I think we've got a really solid matchup here with enough cracks in each other's armor, with a little less on Limit Tester's side. Especially, man, it's hard to even want to analyze Limit Testers in a negative way just because of how well they did in that game, that 37-minute game. I think this will be a slower game. I'll eat my own shorts if that's not the truth, but both Limit Testers and Sailor Scouts are less showmanshipy than Your Nightmares. Your Nightmares is such a delight to watch because it's so fun, because they take such risks, because they are very team fight centric. I would say that I would pay HBO to watch Your Nightmares win or lose, but Limit Testers and Sailor Scouts, they want to leave a lasting legacy. They want to leave a really solid. They want to leave solid gameplay, whether it's fun to watch or not, and I think it's still going to be fun because both of them are really, really dedicated to objectives. So I think we're going to see a lot of team fights based entirely on objectives alone and fiercely defending these towers. If towers go down early, I'm going to be really surprised.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless something crazy does happen, I feel like the mid lane towers, even though we're used to top lane or bottom lane being the main focus, I think this might be the one game where we see an early mid tower go down or take a lot of damage early on based on which way this goes. Dopamini's such a spectacular player. I mean, both of these mid laners, but on a champion that we have not seen at all played only once in this game in general, and definitely not in the mid lane. And going up against Pan's Ahri is going to be really tough. Luckman maybe has actually changed his course and decided to engage on Prothean here. Dang, flashing away from one bush to the next to remove that vision, and First Blood very quickly going over to Luckman on Limit Testers.
Oof, rough one, but I think that you had some things to say about that, especially in terms of early game. And Luckman's ability to get these early ganks off and kind of make it messy and top. You were 100% right, but we do have some retaliation coming from Goldflower and Prothean, kind of sort of evening the odds here and taking out Dang. Even though it would have been better to get that kill because Luckman also got the other kill, it's not a consolation prize. It is a fine, solid, especially because the kill did go to Prothean, which will serve him very well. And I think he probably has buffs as well. I mean, those buffs not end up going to... Oh, we have Luckman trying to target Goldflower here, and Pan trying to make that charm
flash
just
in
to
from
save.
Pan.
Oof.
Was very interesting. Luckman has the potential, but no, the charm is going to go down, and now Pan is stuck between two members here of Limit Testers. Dopamini is going to find one right there in the mid lane. That's a 1-0-0, but still one kill going over to Pan.
Messy. Shame on us for not thinking this was going to be very exciting, but they are seeing these openings and they are aggressively going for them. Can you blame them, especially because they've been waiting all night to have this exact battle? So, I mean, kind of shaking it out here and getting those yayas out so that they can maybe have some more efficient gameplay, but I definitely... Jeez, landing that bubble on Lilac!
That was the reason for it. What a great setup there. The Zenith Blade and the stun from Neki Lime, and as soon as that stun ended, there was traps right underneath Pistachio, so very difficult to engage there. Now Neki Lime is taking quite a bit of damage. The W shield is there. It has been popped, and the flash in from Ryoklu is going to give the first kill in the bottom lane over to an Ashe.
Woof, the Ashe era, it's so fast, so speedy, so many hits in one auto. Like to see it, but watching them take down Neki Lime, that's a little demoralizing, especially because Leona is so beefy. But, you know, they don't have the stronger stride here. Sailor Scouts definitely don't have the stronger starting comp. They need the utility. They need that Leona. They need all of Jinx's utility as well, so no blame to be had there, but just two slap fighting in top lane.
This is a tough matchup for Dang.
Yeah.
I mean, Darius definitely has an advantage in this lane. That one I feel like I can say pretty confidently is that until it gets into the later game, if Dang can hold off and not get too far behind, then it evens things out. But early game, Prothean absolutely has the advantage here, and so Dang has to be very, very careful about these engages.
Yeah, and I think that Dang is, I would hazard to guess that Mordekaiser is Dang's main, and so they do have a later game advantage to be useful to their team, but they do need to survive the laning phase and not feeding, because Mordekaiser does become extremely useless after a bad lane phase. So that's a champion you don't want to feed on. He can do mediocre and still make a difference, but if he continues to feed kills into Prothean, it will be extremely difficult for limit testers to recover, carrying the dead weight that would be Dang in that situation. I think he's aware of it as well. Doesn't seem to be taking as many risks as he could. Did make a miscalculation there. I think a lot of people do forget how difficult Darius is to lane against on Mordekaiser. And so I think there will be more respect lent there in that lane going forward. I would hope that Dang would scale it back a little bit, especially as a very a player with a lot of good judgment.
Yeah, and 1-2-2 isn't a horrible place. We've had Luckman show that early engage, you know, and you got the first blood going over to Dang, if I'm not mistaken there. And now Luckman has found another one. There you go. Exactly
Perfect.
that. 2-3-0 now on the Darius, and this is exactly what Dang needs in this instance. It is a losing lane, and Graves hasn't really shown up in the top lane at all. So now Dang has had twice really good pressure from Luckman, and Prothean hasn't really had a response about that.
Yeah, I think that they kind of expected that Prothean would be able to bully Dang, but Luckman has been turning their eyes to the top and giving their player as many advantages as humanly possible. Dopamine really is not going to be any recourse here, but with Pistachio closing in, as well as Ryoklu, will they be able to secure this dragon on the Sailor Scout side? It's anybody's dragon, to be honest, with that much pressure, but they did manage to secure that on the Sailor Scout side. With Luckman coming in with a really nasty engage, there is a potential triple kill here. Neki Lime does sacrifice themselves to redirect Luckman away from the rest of the team. Solid, actually, on the side of Neki Lime. Just a couple more steps is all they needed for Lilac Soul to get away from there, as well as Goldflower. So
what if you
may not get away?
All of Blizzard testers, and they're gonna push their luck here. I mean, it is Luckman. We're gonna see. Oh no! Goldflower taking damage from Ryoklu on the other side. Ryoklu's gonna pick up the one kill, and then in the meantime, Luckman, with the pressure that Ryoklu provided on the front side, takes down Goldflower. A double kill there for limit testers, and now the kill spread is 9-3, and they are finding really, really solid advantages thanks to Luckman.
Turn it off like a light switch. That unfortunate, really unfortunate timing for Lilac Soul. Just given a couple more seconds would have been able to be before that was up, but Luckman still had that ability, popped it off, took out Lilac Soul, and that was just that. Super difficult to watch, especially because it was such a small margin. And Neki Lime did give up their life to try to get their players out safely, but I guess, you know what, when you've got that kind of Volibear sheer power and you do have the power to control turrets for a brief moment, there's not a lot you can do in that situation, especially when you're that low. And Ryoklu getting that clutch hit on Goldflower, that we didn't expect that.
They were not, and that was it. They were not expecting that move from the other side. They said, okay, we've got, you know, Luckman and Pistachio, I think it was, on the backside of the map there, and just completely didn't consider the front side and where Ryoklu might have gone in that. So it was a really, really smart move. I was kind of wondering how long are Luckman, you know, how long are they going to try to push this and try to prevent these recalls from going through? But the answer was just long enough for Ryoklu to arrive.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. You know, take a look here in mid. Dopamine's absolutely crushing Pan. I could have never, ever expected that, especially, but the pressure in mid is absolutely out of this world. Like, I honestly don't know how Pan is managing to keep it together with down 40 CS, nearly half the CS that Dopamine has. Can Dopamine just play any champ now, I guess? Is their champ very deep? We have some really skilled players here. And it's nice to see bot lane doing what they do best, even though Ryoklu has 2 kills on that Ashe as well, so we might be getting spicy in bot lane as well. I think we're getting everything we really wanted out of this match so far, but Prothean getting caught out by not a great gank on the Luckman side especially, but we do have Goldflower coming here in mid, trying to make a little bit of a difference and take the pressure off of Pan. A really good spot to focus on specifically, just because Dopamine really is putting just the gosh darn hurt on Pan. But Luckman is also coming in clutch here. Good ward on the side of Pan there. Goldflower could have overstayed his welcome had he not known that Luckman was there. But that's, again, vision, such a basic part of this game. At this point, if a team isn't using...
going down to the top.
Oh no, really?
Yeah, Dang taking him into the realm, and Prothean getting removed there. Another 1v1. The flash was expended, as we can see, I think, from both of them. And now Lilac Soul is going to be engaged upon the ultimate coming out from the center towards the bottom side. There is the exhaust on Neki Lime. They are able to get out of there just in time. Still a lot of damage now going on to this turret. Well, they won't be able to get the final plate here. Now Ryoklu might be in a bad situation because Prothean is jumping down here with the teleport. Pistachio, the surviving member, going to flash out the Super Mega Death Rocket, doing quite a bit of damage. Pistachio has a pop to pop in that instance and makes it out with her life. So a good response there from Sailor Scouts, not losing a single member.
Prothean coming in here
to
Prothean,
though,
Luckman and
on this
Dopamine.
side, walks right into 2 full health members, one of them being Luckman, and there's the ultimate that's going to come out. Down it goes Prothean. Once again, 5 deaths is really, really rough in that top lane, especially going into a winning matchup. You can see Graves was actually trying to keep a little bit of pressure to prevent that top side from going down. And now I can eat my words because mid lane is at 5 plates and all the rest are way, way lower than that. Neki Lime is the target here. So much health, but not enough to save her life. Down goes the first tower of the game, and it is, just like usual, gonna be up in the top side.
Oh, geez. It's rough to watch on the top side there. It's still messy. We really were hoping for some sort of competitive mid-game, but Dopamine has proven that they kind of know what's up here on the Senna mid. Don't see it very often, but what a confident pick. Yeah!
I'm digging it.
What a fun, confident off-meta pick, plus the addition of the Rift Herald in mid with the plate's still up. That's a fair amount of gold, a really nice package to take away from this. Even though they don't take the turret itself, a lot of gold coming out of mid there for both Dopamine and Luckman. It's interesting to watch Luckman secure these objectives with such finesse. Again, objective-focused team, limit testers. Sailor Scouts also very objective-focused. Maybe, I think, a little bit more superior on the team fight side. We'll see, though. There's only so much game left here with 12 kills to 4 on the favor of limit testers plus a tower.
13 minutes is pretty massive,
so
actually.
It's
Pistachio might get caught out here by Neki Lime, but the tidal wave is going to allow for a little bit the solar flare catching out Luckman, but not doing quite enough to prevent his re-engagement onto this fight. The crystalline arrow there is going to stop Lilac Soul. Neki Lime, though, takes down Pistachio on the backside. Goldflower is alone with 3 members here of limit testers. Uses the flash to escape from this fight and does so successfully with his life.
You'd like to see that, at least. Goldflower getting away to live another day. Neki Lime here in the bush, kind of waiting and laying in wait for Dopamine, but also has to take out that ward. Not a successful gank on that side, but might actually run into Luckman on the jungle there and get zoned out and have to retreat. So Luckman just continuing what he does best. It does look like Sailor Scouts is facing a bit of a challenge, getting pushed in. They have those turrets down. And there's only so much that they can do to recover. If they batten down the hatches a little bit here, if Pan doesn't succumb to this Luckman. Right under turret, too.
Luckman tried to set that up, actually, for Dopamine for the ultimate to come through, and Pan's like, nah, that's not gonna happen.
A solid sidestep too. That Senna ult is still a little bit jarring, especially because it's so long and so instantaneous.
Yeah.
So very good on the side of Pan there, very astute.
I guess if you can't have the final spark, you might as well have the Senna ultimate, you know?
Why didn't we think of that? Goodness, they're a little more similar than we thought.
Yeah. Just really in that aspect though, because everything else is quite different. You really have to figure out how to navigate around this Ahri, and I think that's been a really big part of it. Is Dopamini seriously has just been dodging, and it seems so easy. Not even like really quickly sidestepping, just like okay, walk away from the charm. You know, just walk out of the damage. Just very, very like it's natural, like it's a part of the kit almost of just navigating and wandering and walking correctly in this matchup. It's really cool to see.
The footwork, it's the positioning and the footwork.
Yeah.
We're both really impressed by that. I don't think that we had high expectations for Dopamini. It felt kind of like a cheeky pick or maybe not a main pick, but now we're quickly realizing that this is actually something that they're really accustomed to. And with a champion with as much mobility as Ahri, it's really, really interesting to see Dopamini thrive in this lane. I mean, the amount of farm between them is already testament enough.
Yeah.
So...
And
we do have them trying to defend mid here. Is this the third tower to go down? I think he did okay on the prediction.
Yeah, 4 members needing to hold off that one last auto attack really is all it would actually take. That ward is going to spot out Luckman, so they do realize that he may be able to go in and tank that and allow for his team to take down the tower, but nah, their minion wave is already back up, and they've got so much pressure here, so much damage already in the lane. They're going to be able to easily take the third tower of the game. 13-5 is the kill spread, heavily in favor of Limit Testers, and now they are encroaching upon a 10,000 gold lead. So Sailor Scouts really need to kind of reconvene, figure out where their biggest losses are and where they may find small victories and take advantage of everything they can.
I am absolutely stunned that Limit Testers goes away for 1 week and comes back with just this vicious performance. Really impressed. And Sailor Scouts doing the best that they can, though. I mean, it seems like these last games always end up to be less close than we originally thought. However, there is still recourse for Sailor Scouts. The gold disparity is rounding about to 10k. Not too unavoidable at 17 minutes, but it's going really fast. This game is absolutely passing them by. Goldflower getting cut out too, and getting taken out by Dopamini is absolutely a sleeper hit. Yeah.
There it is. Darius finding himself 1 and 2 with the ultimate there. That's a solid execution. Luckman is going to be the third one to go down. A triple kill over the Darius, and Sailor Scouts finding a big victory in that fight.
A nice, really good edge for them to grab there. A bit of a careless engage on the Limit Tester's part. I guess that, you know, they have been pretty intimidating up to a point, but they don't have the same gold disparity that they can to bully them out from under their tower every single time. With that many people present, it's easy to get caught out, so it seems like Luckman's gonna have to scale back just a little bit in terms of how aggressive they're being, because they are starting to, I mean, Sailor Scouts are starting to scale. They're keeping their heads down, they're farming, and so the Limit Testers can't give them any other edges. They're gonna have to keep their heads down and engage in a more strategic way. They do have another Shelly here coming up here. And we also have a dragon as well, so a dragon dance is about to happen. I think the Limit Testers is looking to collect the deaths that they just lost.
They absolutely are, and I think in that previous fight as well, Limit Testers really weren't expecting that teleport from Prothean to be as effective as it was. It was perfect timing. Prothean instantly popped out, was able to ult, and there's the reset on the blue buff. They're like, oh no, we've got to stay here another couple of seconds. They're just going to give this one right over to Limit Testers. A smart move, because there's really not much that they can do on that engage, a little bit too spread out. Yeah. So they are going to try to clear out their jungle, throw down a little bit of vision where they can, and Sailor Scouts are really playing this as smartly as they can, falling this far behind this early on in a game. You gotta play smart, and they are doing just that. Luckman is going to try to find an engage, though. He is going to ult into the back line. The tidal wave is going to help secure the first kill, going over to Ryoklu, the second one going over to Pistachio, onto Goldflower, and now you've got two really, really squishy members there on the front side. Pan is going to have to flash out, and that Super Mega Death Rocket only hitting Dang at the front side of that. Pan taking a lot of damage, and Dang now taking quite a bit of damage in response as well from the tower. He's going to go down shutdown going over to Darius. Dopamini, in the meantime, taking down a Prothean, and now the only member left alive on the side of Sailor Scouts is Lilac Soul. Necky Lime is up here shortly, and Goldflower will be up in just a few moments, but Limit Testers really finding success in that fight.
Yeah, absolutely pushing every potential advantage they have. And then also here on the bot lane, Dopamini is coming in clutch, making sure that even though they aren't participating in that team fight, however, the retaliation from Goldflower seems relatively intense. Lilac Soul picks up that kill on Pistachio as kind of revenge for the last situation where Pistachio took a kill from them. And then
Luckman stayed a little too late. Potentially so much damage coming out of Dopamini, though. Dopamini now realizing, alrighty, I think it's lost, but a great zap from Lilac Soul may end up spelling your death depending on the range we get. Ding! With the teleport in, takes down Goldflower, takes down Pan, the double kill, and Necky Lime and Lilac Soul are so desperately low. Darius there towards the top side, Prothean, I guess in the mid lane, is the only one at full health, so they are going to have to disengage from this, and that is going to allow Limit Testers to put pressure in some other lanes. We can see that they have minions pushed in every single lane right now, so Sailor Scouts certainly have their job to do.
do you think Dang and Luckman were like childhood friends? The energy between the two of them and this double tank bruiser off meta thing that they're doing, I mean, it's really, really effective in keeping their enemies at bay, but also just bullying them under tower and just pushing and pushing. Limit Testers here with 7 towers, Sailor Scouts with none, and a weird engage happening over no objective at all here in the jungle. I really
they
think
just want to pick up. The more they can get, the more pressure they can put in. I think they want to, they want to live through my prediction of either the longest game or the shortest game. It is now getting to 21 and a half. So we're getting into the, I guess, later game side of things, but Goldflower has had such a difficult time this entire game, and being squishy or a squishier champion on top of it than multiple members of Limit Testers there makes things really difficult. They're trying to look for an engage. Ooh, there is the Crystalline Arrow's gonna hit, and the Tidal Wave just hitting one on the back line. Luckman not going to hit anyone with his ultimate there, but we'll find out. Lilac Soul get the stun down and pick up a kill for himself. Now all 5 members of Limit Testers are going to try to find an engage. Prothean there, a little too far out, gets hit by the bubble after being exhausted. Stays alive just barely thanks to the health given from the Q, but Ryoklu ends up getting the kill on that. Necky Lime now is the next one, and this could spell the very end for Sailor Scouts tonight.
This would be the quickest game if we don't go over 23 minutes. So, I mean, well, even if we do go over 23 minutes, I still think it would be the shortest game. Rough Dopamini on that Senna has absolutely impressed and exceeded our expectations in every possible way. It does look like they have enough manpower / woman power to actually keep them from taking the base here.
I'm very surprised at that, actually. They're going to head towards Baron instead of attempting to close out the game. I do think they could have done it.
I think so, too. They might be.
Oh, no, they're actually, I think, okay. They're listening. They're listening. They realize, okay. And now this is bad for Sailor Scouts, especially Lilac Soul being the one on that side over there. No wards placed, unfortunate for them. Everybody's going to dodge the traps. And now Sailor Scouts are just trying to run away. Pan, however, is in a bad position. Takes so much damage here from Dang. The charm is going to miss, actually. Pan on the backside gets hit by the bubble. So good there from Pistachio. Luckman picking up that kill. And again, Limit Testers is finding everything they possibly can, and Sailor Scouts always on the run. The Crystalline Arrow gonna be followed up with Tidal Wave, giving Pistachio the kill onto Goldflower there. Prothean will be the next target. There's no way he's gonna survive 5 members of Limit Testers here. Ryoklu picking up the kill for that. Now 2 members left alive. This is all Necky Lime going in, trying to do anything possible to keep this game from ending, but it may not be potential for it. Now Lilac Soul taking so much damage. Dopamini there gonna be a little bit risky and take some base damage. And now they're just being cheeky at this point. 1 tower left up, getting a little bit low on health, but long enough death timers that they know that this game is going in their favor, and Limit Testers are gonna win it tonight.
Oh, 24 minutes and 6 seconds. That actually may be the quickest game that we have had. Really difficult to tell how exactly things went so far south for Sailor Scouts so quickly. I can't really pinpoint the exact moment. I would say that there was that moment where Goldflower and Lilac Soul were cowering under a turret, and they got hit by Ryoklu, and it kind of just seemed to enter the Twilight Zone from then on. These are not the
Right.
Sailor Scouts that we necessarily recognize, but I think that there is time for them to recover and learn. They are adaptable, incredibly adaptable.
Yeah, and Goldflower really, really had an incredibly tough time there that entire game. I mean, I'm not sure exactly what the final KD was, but it was really, really rough. And then also Prothean towards the top on that Darius, so many times we saw Luckman decide, all right, now's my time to engage. And there were so many ganks as well, so many invades from Luckman, who was able to push the game into late game at 14, 13 minutes in. You know, they were taking down towers while Sailor Scouts were just trying to reconvene and figure out where the rest of their team was or the opposing team was. But you know that Senna, I am astonished. I absolutely loved the performance there on Dopamine on the Senna. Just a spectacular thing, like you said towards the end of that. We were like, this could go either way. This could be the thing that actually takes them down in the long run. That was my one thing of if this goes wrong, it could spell the demise of limit testers, but it went so very right.
We could not have. There's no way we could have predicted that. That was honestly that was not a solid pick into Ari, into Pan, and it turned out just incredible. I mean, that's just the skill of Dopamine, though. That's the other thing. Dopamine has been really impressive. I loved watching all of these crazy Lux plays, and then to see more crazy Senna plays. Really impressed with that situation. It was not a strong pick into Ari, but we were both just like, oh, okay. It's just you. It's just you, Dopamine. I guess
it's just Dopamine. Exactly.
Yeah.
Guys, if you're watching this, don't just be like, oh, Senna mid is OP. Unless you're Dopamine, I don't know if that could work. And also having Luckman on your team and knowing, all right, my top's good, you know, my bottom's doing well there. There's not a ton of focus there. And Goldflower has been completely shut down. So she was able to be as aggressive as she wanted. But again, the fancy footing, it was insane to just dodge every single charm without a dash, without having to navigate away, just walking around it. Just, all right, I won't get charmed.
Guess I'll just walk. Like, it's been something else. Oh, my cat's here. Hey, what's up? This is before she jumps on the keyboard and tries to stop the entire stream. I have to get her in my hands, so goodbye. I think an incredible performance from Limit Testers. I think that they went away for a week and went on a vacation, got some foot massages, really just stretched it out. And I don't think that it seems like these upsets happen when a team kind of goes away for a little bit, whether it's because they lost really poor, they lost a really bad game, and they just go back and come back and they do a training montage like it's the Karate Kid, and then come back stronger. And Limit Testers got an extra long montage, and just absolutely, the Sailor Scouts have grown so much, and it's so hard to see them lose like that. I know that they'll come back next week with fire and fury. And Limit Testers, make sure you queue on time because we don't want to miss you next week.
Right, and next week is when we'll see Alpha Male Jungler. So I think somebody's got to warn her because this was insanity. Limit Testers again, just growing so much. Absolutely. You know, I said that about Sailor Scouts earlier on, and they absolutely have. But Limit Testers on the same kind of level. They have developed so much as a cohesive team. It is really spectacular to see over the course of now 6 weeks. We're gonna have 9 weeks, and then also a final to round things out. So we've got, lots more exciting stuff. We're like barely halfway through, actually, in fact, and that is really cool to think about. There's a lot more, a lot more of these players that we're gonna see because I seriously love casting you guys. Thank you for all of your support as well, because we definitely make our mistakes sometimes. So we appreciate you calling us out and supporting us when we do make those mistakes. This has been spectacularly fun, and I know you've said the same thing, Kari, that this is really an experience that is awesome to be a part of, especially with so many females and non-binaries being included in this, and being some of these people that we're really talking about nonstop, having the ability to say, this chick is rad. Like, it's cool. It is really cool. I think that's going to do it for us tonight, though. We had a nice long broadcast, nothing too insane until the end right there for the finals. We will get you guys all the updated information next week. We do have Hearthstone tomorrow, and if you're interested in CSGO, that broadcast is on Friday. You can find all the information at supergirlgamerpro.com or on Facebook or Twitter at SG Gamer Pro. Keep up to date on all of the tournaments that we are doing. I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you next week.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this.
Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't gonna compromise, why should you?
You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
No one knows where it comes from. Why some have it and some don't. It's the fighting spirit. It consumes fear and weakness. It stands ready to fight whatever shape the battle takes. Because as long as there are battles, there will always be Marines.
For a long time, we had to prove ourselves. But we always knew what we were capable of. We knew when the time came, we would be ready for anything. Our numbers keep rising. And so do we.
You can trade all the games, accessories, consoles, and tech you don't use anymore to get cash or store credit at GameStop. Check out the Trade Center on the GameStop app, visit GameStop.com/trade, or talk to a guest advisor at your local GameStop store to see how much your trades are worth.